right, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining us today. Lovely, lovely Thursday evening. Also happens to be Democracy Day, so happy Democracy Day to everybody, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us today. A number of things have happened since the dawn of today, or this day. Excuse me. And we're going to talk about some of those things today. But it's good to be here, and thank you very much for joining us. Before we get on with the show itself, I want to thank everyone, particularly on TikTok. Today's Friday. I think I've even lost. So the days are entering into one another. Yeah, so it's Friday. Thank you very much. Bumblebee. No, it's Collins Bamidele. Thank you for the correction. How many days are in a week again? 7? It is well. It looks like I want more hours or more days in a week, but we work with what we have. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for joining us. First, let me thank everyone on TikTok who has helped to get us to 46.8k likes. It does help a lot whenever I come around and I see people supporting what we're doing by tapping. It looks very mundane, but it does a lot. It goes a long way in pushing the live to the FYP. So thank you very much. I'm going to mention some of your names. All right. So thank you, Omobeko, Akadol, Bumblebee, Dimeji 330. There's some names I'm not seeing right now. Ogbeni Agbe, thank you very much, sir. Koboko, thank you. Ibo Junandu, thank you. Abi71, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for power tapping and getting us up. Right now, we're at 48.1k likes, and that's beautiful. Please don't stop power tapping on TikTok. If you are on TikTok, please click on the heart icon just above me here. Drop your heart to me. Let's drop gifts. Let's try and push the live to the FYP together. Okay? And also, power tap, share the live, like the live, so that we can get to the FYP. All right? And if you're on YouTube and on Facebook, please like the live stream and also share with your contacts. And if you're on YouTube, please subscribe. Your subscription actually helps a lot. All right? Thank you very, very, very much. Someone just threw a jab at me on TikTok. So the person said, he said that's the result of, let me just read what the person says. That's the result of not doing on-camera sessions. Because I mixed up the days, right? Thank you for the jab, but I get the point. I mean, it is what it is. It's been serious, right? But I'm glad we have sessions every day, even if I'm not on camera, which is, the important thing, at least at this point. And hopefully with time, I'll be able to have as many full camera sessions as possible, or like we used to have. Okay, so again, happy Democracy Day. Good to see you, Sheye West. Thank you very much. Taiwo Banu, so happy Democracy Day. He says, what a memorable day to have state police. I mean, I just say the House of Representatives decided to give us a gift by passing that bill yesterday. So that's a beautiful one. And we talked about it during the session yesterday. So just in case you weren't here, apparently the House of Representatives have passed the state police bill, and it's something really good. It's something we've been clamoring for a bit, and it's also part of the restructuring agenda, restructuring plan, of the president. So I'm glad that the legislature is working with the executive to make this happen. So yeah, that's a very good Democracy Day gift. All right. So thank you very much, Mr. Taiwo Banu. So Bumblebee says Ranka de Bao. It is well. Nemeka, good afternoon. I'm greeting everybody because I don't usually do this, so let's do it well. Majora Gbemi Olayemi, I'm very well, sir. Thank you. Akado, Ekpeleo, Koboko, good evening. The rest, we shall greet each other as we talk. Let's get into the conversation. Good to be here. So, of course, on a day like this, you celebrate the country, you celebrate how far we've come, and we also know why this is very important. Today, I was actually thinking of getting into some materials, into some books to discuss the history of June 12th, and if time permits, there's actually two books I think we can look into, but that's if time permits. I am saying if time permits because there's a lot to cover in the few hours we have to be together. Okay. All right. So there's this one, Battle Lines: Adventures in Journalism and Politics by Olusegun Oshoba, and he has a very beautiful chapter on June 12th in this book. And then there is The Tale of June 12th, The Betrayal of the Democratic Rights of Nigerians by Omo Morui. So, I mean, the other books, there's The Ghost of June 12th by Olusegun Adeniyi, and some materials that I'll probably get into. But again, that's if we have time because, like I said, so much to discuss today. But I think we should be able to read at least something from one of those books, regardless of how much time we have left. Okay? So let's get into it ASAP. Let's begin with the message of the president's message to the nation today. So we'll start with the president's message to the nation, and we'll go on from there to other things. I'm looking at this news. How do we do it? I need grace. A lot of grace. Let's begin with this one. Now, I'm just going to play different clips, right? It's very long. I don't have all the time. But we'll play clips from the president's message on Democracy Day. Okay? I think that's where we can get into many things. All right? So let's begin with this particular clip from President Bola Tinubu. Oh, 1 second. Though. 1 second. I just discovered that we're not streaming on Twitter. We are all we are. I think that, by the way, I mean, while we wait for this to get on, I think that particular song is, after the national anthem, I think is probably the most important song, for this country called Nigeria. That's a song by Timi Dakolo, Great Nation. It's a very, very good song. I think I say this every time I play that song. It has a very, very powerful message. Yeah. All right, I think we can get started now. We are all we have. Someone said, I also like Power of Niger. Who sang that one? Is it Timmy as well? All right, I'll wait for the response. So let's get into the conversation. We're starting with the president's message to the nation today, Democracy Day. So we'll play a number of clips, but we're trying to get the meat of what the president had to say to us today. Let's take a listen to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Take a listen, please.
And will remain hopeful for their safe return. India's mood is dampened by the abduction of our children.
There's a little issue here. Give me a second. I apologize. By the way, there was an event that was held earlier today hosted by Pastor Pojo Imade. He does this every year. So they do May 29, June 12, October 1. They have this event called Platform. And it's actually very, very, like a very, very good event. So we're going to be playing some of the clips from that event as well. All right, I think I found what I'm looking for. So let's begin with this particular clip, then I'll go to the other one later. So let's start with this clip where the president talked about the fact that you could criticize him, you can disagree with him, but don't stop believing in Nigeria. This is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Please take a listen.
Not through violence. Not through violence. We have experienced power and resolved disagreement in courtrooms and legislative chambers, not through violence. We have experienced the longest stretch of civilian rule in our history. Our democracy is not perfect, but it is ours, and we must continue to defend and strengthen it. In the coming days, Ekiti and Osun states will hold elections. I urge INEC, security agencies, and all parties to ensure these polls are peaceful and credible. Democracy fails when citizens doubt the process. To our National Assembly, judiciary, the press, and civil society, you are the guardrails of our republic. Criticize me, disagree with me, but never stop believing in Nigeria. To our young people, Nigeria is your home and your future. Build here, code here, work here, and vote here. Every great nation was built by those who stayed to solve problems, but not by those who abandoned ship. To our armed forces, police, and intelligence services, Nigerians salute your sacrifice. To our traditional rulers, faith leaders, and community heads, thank you for your support of peace and reconciliation. The government cannot do it alone. Today, we honor the resilience of Nigerians who refuse to surrender their faith in freedom, and the courage of those who stood firm against intimidation. And resolved disagreement in courtrooms and legislative chambers, not through violence. We have experienced.
All right, that was the president. President Bola, President Bola Tinubu, talking about the fact that you can disagree with him or criticize him, but you should not stop believing in Nigeria. And I think it's a very, very good message, and of course, and he said something that's very, very important. This is 2026, so we've had democracy for 27 years. This is the longest unbroken number of years that we've had democracy in Nigeria. Okay, so 1960, everything was quartered in 1966, just a bit shy of 6 years, right? So that in October 1960 to January 1966. All right, so it didn't really last that long. All right, and then from then we moved to military rule. Then we came back in 1979. Everything ended in 1983, just 4 years. Okay. And then we had military from 1983 all the way to 1993. Then we had like a couple of months, just a few months of interim government. Then we went back to military. Okay. With Abacha. Then we were there until 1999. Of course, Abacha and Abdulsalam Abubakar, the 1999 up until this moment. So if you really think about it, this is like the longest we've had, this Fourth Republic, and we should be proud. It's something to celebrate. Yeah, people talk about the things that are not working, and it's important to talk about those things. But also, we should also remember where we were before what we are complaining about. The funny thing is that what we are complaining about right now was what we prayed for some time ago. All right, the fact that we can have these conversations, I can assure you, for that military regime, that we can't be talking like this. I mean, we know what happened to journalists, and these days everybody's not a journalist because you now have a phone, you can blog, you can comment, you can type, you can make a video, you can do all those things. Where you'll not be able to share your thoughts that much. And one of the things I always remember, and I used to ask myself this question when I was in uni, how all the lawyers, all the famous lawyers that I knew growing up, all of them, right, were human rights lawyers. I don't know if you've ever thought about it. Every single lawyer I don't know about you, but all the famous lawyers that Nigeria had at the time. I mean, before I began to notice lawyers who were not human rights activists, it was during democracy with Baba Babalola. With Babalola, I was like, okay, because it was OBJ's lawyer, things began to change. But everyone before then, whether it was Gani Fawemi or it was Femi Falana or it was Odisa Agbakoba, just about every single one I used to hear, even Professor Kiyamo, everybody was fighting human rights. And the reason was because they were the ones who could stand up to, they were the ones who chose, don't use the word who could, they were the ones who chose to stand up against the tyranny of the military at the time. So we should be grateful, right? We can talk about the things that we don't have yet, but we should be glad, when we talk about the things that we do have. And one of the things we have is the freedom to do all the things that we're doing, the beauty of democracy. You can share your views. Are we where we should be? Of course not, but we're not where we used to be. And in this journey, we need a lot of optimism, we need a lot of faith, a lot of hope. You have to believe in a thing before you can actually invest yourself or your time, your energy in that thing. And you talked about the fact that young people should, stay in Nigeria and code in Nigeria and work in Nigeria and vote in Nigeria. That makes a lot of sense. It's easy to pontificate when we're outside the space. And it's true that a lot of us are actually in different parts of the country for economic purposes or whatever reasons. But all of us still have this heart for the nation, regardless of where we are geographically, which means a lot. All right. But let's believe in the nation so that regardless of where we are, we can also contribute, whether it's, by voicing your opinions, by investing back at home, whatever you have to do to help Nigeria grow. Don't be one of those people who there's so many people who keep talking about the fact that, incendiary climes. If there's any phrase I hate personally, especially from people who always like to just throw dirt on Nigeria, is this thing about, incendiary climb. And I've said several times, we travel, right? We go to different places, we travel across the world. But a lot of times we don't take time to study the systems of the places that we visited. All right. And I know that a lot of things are happening in Nigeria, a lot of things are not working in this country, right? But you see, when people have this escapist mentality and you're able to get out of the country, which is not bad, but it gets out of the country, the idea then becomes, we get to enjoy life abroad. Okay. And then we say, how come we don't have this kind of thing back at home or back home? Then we say people at home are not doing the right thing. And then we begin to do that. What we're really doing is this. After a while, this is what I've noticed, if you stay abroad for a considerable period of time, after a while, you begin to feel that longing for home. Now, you can't go home because you're going to lose out on what you're enjoying in the UK or in the US, all right? You can't go home because you want to have that same thing. But here's the real problem. That's not the problem. The real problem is the fact that all the years you spent staying there, you have not studied how things are done there. Therefore, you cannot replicate it back at home. Which is why you have all these funny, interesting people who travel to Nigeria, get into political offices, elective offices, and they can't do much because they just came to tell us that they came from Canada. Even in traditional spaces, they came from Kiniko. Just said they came from this country. Right? I'm saying that to say that, not to talk down anybody, just to say that wherever we are in the world, let's study the system and have it at the back of your mind that one day, you just might have the opportunity to give back, right, and contribute your own quota. Some of the things you're seeing happening, for instance, something as simple as Amber Alert. could actually be something that would help Nigeria. All right. Of course, you don't have to travel to know that, but if you are enjoying something like that in the United States, you can also think of how you can domesticate that kind of idea. I'm just saying, right, that wherever we are, we should believe in Nigeria. And if you're in Nigeria as well, believe in your country, right? Things could be worse. Trust me. There could be worse. They've been worse before. They've been worse before. May God give us ideas to help build this country. Or every single country we go to in this world, none of them was ever the way we're looking at it today. I was watching a documentary earlier today where a man was talking about what England looked like in the 17th and 18th century. Of course, the religious documentary, and talked about, the effect of the revival. If you know about Methodism and Wesleyanism, that's John Wesley and Charles Wesley. Anyway, that something began to change, right? People began to turn into their faith, Christianity in this instance, and that helped. The point is that regardless of what caused that change, the point is that there was a change at a particular point in time. Every place we go to where we enjoy and we see great things, they were not always like that. I believe that we can also build our space to be like the places we like. I hope you got that point. Thank you very much. So let's go on to listen to other clips from the president. In this particular one, he talks about, he talked tough to the bandits and kidnappers. And I think this is a message that we should also all hear. Take a listen, please.
Imprisonment, exile, the courage of those who stood firm against intimidation. We pay tribute to patriots who endured persecution, imprisonment, exile, and even death, so that future generations could enjoy democracy. I salute labor leaders, journalists, activists, students, women, professionals, political leaders, and so on. Both those who passed and those still with us for their patriotic contributions. Though this year's mood is dampened by the abduction of our children in Yoyo and Borno, we remain hopeful for their safe return. Democracy without security is not solid enough. That is why this administration has chosen both kinetic and non-kinetic strategies to restore peace, declared a security emergency, and approved the recruitment of 50,000 new police officers and thousands of military recruits. Our 2026 budget commits 5.41 trillion, our largest ever, to defense and security. We have moved from training with our allies to precision targeting. In Arage, we degraded ISWAP and command centers. Terror-related deaths are down by 81% since 2015. Over 13,000 terrorists have been neutralized in the past year. But we also keep the door of surrender open. Over 124,000 fighters and dependents have laid down arms since 2023. Through Operation Safe Corridor, we turn our former enemies into citizens because every life saved is a victory for democracy. To bandits, kidnappers, and sponsors of terror, surrender or face the full force of the Nigerian state. These windows of surrender will not remain open forever. No mercy will be shown to those who trade in blood of Nigerians. At a time like this, Let us not assign blames or point fingers. Crime has no ethnicity. We must stand united. Of our nation shall soon be history. We will triumph over terror. These windows of surrender will not remain open forever. No mercy will be shown to those who trade in blood of Nigerians. At a time like this, let us not assign blames or point fingers. Crime has no ethnicity. We must stand united and be assured that the enemies of our nation shall soon be history. We will triumph over terror and continue to build a more prosperous nation.
All right, that was the president again, and he said a number of other things. I think we just listen to more clips from him. In this next one, it pays tribute to MKO Abiola, Kudirat Abiola, Anthony Nauro, Author Nwankwo, Balarabe Musa, Frank, and the many other heroes and heroines of democracy whose sacrifices helped secure the Nigeria we enjoy today. Take a listen to the president, please.
An election. It is a defining chapter in our history. It represents more than an election. It is a defining chapter in our history. We remember Chief MKO Abiola, who won a pan-Nigerian mandate transcending ethnicity and religion. We remember Alhaja Kudirat Abiola. We also remember Chief Ganifa Emi, Chief Bola Ige, Chief Alfred Rwani, and Pa Abraham Adesoya, Chief Anthony Enahuru, Alhaji Balarabe Musa, Commodore Dan Suleiman, Bekoransom Kuti, Franco Kori, Athan Nwankwo, Chima Obani, Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, and the many other heroes and heroines of democracy whose sacrifices helped secure the freedom we enjoy today. As beneficiaries of their struggle, we have a duty to strengthen and deepen the democratic institutions for which they fought. The greatest tribute we can pay is to build a Nigeria where freedom is protected, justice is upheld, opportunity is expanded, and government is accountable. June 12, 1993, revealed the possibility of a true Nigerian nation. The heroes of June 12 secured political freedom. Our challenge is to secure economic freedom. Democracy must be felt in the quality of people's lives, in opportunities for youth, in prosperous farmers, successful entrepreneurs, and the dignity of our workers. The reforms we are undertaking were not chosen for easy.
All right. One of the beautiful things I like about this Democracy Day is that every single year, whenever we're celebrating it, we are going to talk about the man who actually won the June 12, 1993 elections, and that's Chief MKO Abiola. That's for me. Sorry. Please, have you been hearing what I've been playing since? Sorry, the things we've been playing, have you been hearing what we've been playing? I just want to be sure. I just noticed something right now. You've been hearing. Oh, okay. I just wanted to be sure. Thank you very much. So I was saying that every single year, whenever we celebrate June 12, we will always remember that man and the sacrifices of other people, who, especially those who pay the ultimate sacrifice to ensure that we get this. And that's why I said earlier that what we have right now is what we prayed for. And those who probably are maybe too young to remember should probably ask those who are a bit older. Remember, the song Abila Nadiman or SDP Nadi Party to solve our problem and give us better life. That stuff, right, is the reason we are where we are today. So it's important that the president would appreciate and acknowledge those people. He said a lot of other things, but I want us to just move very quickly. I'll just say some of the things here. Maybe we'll listen to one more clip before we go. Or two. So he says that the president has approved renaming and revitalization of the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kaduna, right, as the General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua University of Geological Sciences and Engineering Technology. And this is for his contributions to modern democratic Nigeria. And I'm glad this man is a good man. President Tinubu is a very smart person. Shehu Musa Yar'Adua was actually one of the main voices back in the 90s, particularly 92, preparing for the 1993 elections. And of course, it's good to know that the president will go all the way back and remember his contributions, even to the point of renaming the Institute of Petroleum Studies in Kaduna to Shehu Musa Yar'Adua University of Geological Sciences and Engineering Technology. Two more things. In this particular clip, he talked about the impact that people should feel across Nigeria, regardless of, where they are. And I think we should also listen to this one before we play the last clip that has to do with the people who were honored today. Let's take a listen to, again, President Tinubu, as he talks about the fundamental challenge to our nation's advancement. And he says something about local government administration, which is supposed to be the tier of government that is closest to the people, and how whatever is happening there is what actually affects the people most. So I'm going to let you listen to, or mostly, let's take a listen to the president one more time, and then we'll go to the other clip. Take a listen, please.
The insecurity we are addressing is we believe that democracy must be felt in the pocket, recognizing that democracy is undermined when people do not feel its impact. My administration has sought financial autonomy for our 774 local councils. A fundamental challenge to our nation's advancement has been ineffective local government administration. The insecurity we are addressing is partly due to the collapse of grassroots governance. The renewed hope agenda is about ensuring that all Nigerians benefit from governance. Every generation has a defining responsibility. The generation of our founding fathers secured independence. The generation of June 12th secured democracy. Our generation must secure prosperity. Let us move forward together, rejecting division, cynicism, and despair, embracing unity, hope, and confidence. Let us build a Nigeria united by a common purpose, strengthened by diversity, where justice is accessible, liberty is secure, and opportunity is abundant. Among the architects of modern democratic Nigeria, we honor General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua for his vision of national partnership. In recognition of his contributions, the federal Nigeria, we honor General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua for his vision of national partnership. In recognition of his contributions, the federal government has approved the revitalization and renaming of the completed Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kaduna, as the General Musa Yar'Adua University of Geological Sciences and Engineering Technology.
All right, that's a good one. And then finally, we're going to take a listen to the president again as he confers national awards on, some Nigerians. Take a listen, please.
Awards to the following Nigerians who suffered persecution, endured indignity, exile, incarceration, and at times solitary confinement, so that we have democracy today. Barrister Ayoka Lawani, Tunde Fagbele, Oladele Alake, Olatunji Bello, Louis Odion, Segun Babatope, Sam Omoseye, Sir Ademola Oshinubi, Bola Bolawole, Ladebonu Ola, Femi Pusa, Debo Adeniran, Chief Ayo Padokun, Chief Ralph Obiora, Ose Osayaji, Barrister Osa Director, Professor Sylvester Odion Akai, Dr. Nwanko Posthumous, Dr. Osage Obayiwana, Joe Oke Odumakin, Barrister Titus Mann, Joe Igbokwe, Richard Akeola, Ben Charles Obi, Posthumous, George Umba, Nina Malaolu, Major General Shola Williams, retired, Femi Aborishade, Jenkins Alumona, Gbemiga Ogunleye, Muyiwa Adekaye, Babajide Kolade Otitoju, Ike Okonta. We also recognize the soldiers, Democrats of the June 12 struggle. Major General M.A. Gaba, Brigadier General Lawa Jafaru Isa, Colonel Umar Farouk Ahmed, Colonel Sambo Dasuki, Colonel Lawal Gwadabe, Brigadier Jonathan Ndatemlong, Colonel Musa Shehu, Major General Chris Eze, Major General Aris Dama, Colonel Isa Jibrin, Major General Joseph Oshanokwe, Colonel Olusegun Oloruntoba, Olugbede of Gbede Kingdom, Lieutenant Colonel Api Kevas Bulus, Colonel J. Okai, Colonel Emmanuel Unduboeze, Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Muazu, Brigadier Yaya Abubakar, the current Esunupe, who is already the holder of CFR title. The honored list will be released in the next few days. Fellow Nigerians, 27 years ago, many doubted democracy would survive here because of our diversity. Today, our diversity sustains our democracy. The road ahead is steep, but June 12 reminds us, Nigeria do not break. We bend, we bleed, but we do not break. Let us renew our covenant that the labors of our heroes past shall never be in vain, and that our government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this land. May God bless the heroes of our democracy. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God continue to bless us all. Happy Democracy Day.
All right. I mean, that was beautiful. The names they mentioned, I mean, many names. I just smiled when I heard certain names, and it's quite nice that the presidency would recognize, or the nation will recognize those people. And you also see some interesting moves in the way those things were done. Like somebody was writing things in the comment section. Somebody said that he chose to do that with Sheikh Musa Yar'Adua because, I mean, let me put it this way. Let me say it in my own way, that it could actually upset the balance, right, amongst Atiku supporters, because we all know that both Atiku and even Tinubu himself were actually part of the Sheikh Musa Yar'Adua caucus, right, political caucus. Well, whatever his reasons for doing that, the important thing is that the man, did something that was worth whatever honor he's getting now. And also the names that were mentioned in terms of what's the word now? Awards. I think this probably give them, what do they call these things? National honors, right? So that's beautiful. It got me smiling a bit. But I'm going to move away from that very quickly. I said earlier that there was a conference that was held today. Someone says, is it the same? Let me just engage a little bit before we go on, so that way, we'll be talking past each other. Lagos says, is it the same Joe Igbokwe that went to Ladipo last week? Yes, the same. So of all the things I can use to remember that man, is Ladipo you use, Avi? Right done. So yes, it's the same Joe Igbokwe. And he also mentioned Joe Odumaki. I mean, she definitely, she should have it. And I look at that woman sometimes, I wonder how she did all the things that she did as a young person, because she was a lot younger at the time. A lot of people actually sacrifice for this country, and it's beautiful to see them getting rewarded. I also saw somebody write something about the ethnic makeup of the list. I mean, see, as long as you're celebrating June 12, most of the people that are going to be mentioning will be Yoruba people. It is what it is. But of course, there are other ethnicities who are also part of the struggle. So we can also appreciate the fact that different ethnicities were in the mix. I don't want to go deep into what you were writing, though. Then the other one is how he acknowledged the military personnel who actually committed to democracy as well, even back in the day. We usually don't talk about those people, but I'm glad that the president mentioned some of them by name. All right. And it tells you that there are good people across different sectors of the economy of the nation, all right, different professions. There are people who know what the role of the army should be, which is why some of these clowns who are always talking about army should take over, hopefully we'll have more people. Hopefully we still have more people in whether the army or whichever, the military or any sector in Nigeria, who understand the role of government and the role of the military and how things should be in a functioning democracy. All right. So we'll see. We're happy that the president gave that speech, and it was also very, very reassuring and inspiring. We have heroes of democracy, and we have a duty to make sure that we bequeath a better nation to our own children than the ones that was given to us. But at least we'll not spoil the one we get, at the least. But we should make it better, definitely. All right. Still reading the comments just a little bit. Dr. Badru says, did you see the video of Samamadi encouraging neighbors? Yes, I will respond to it. I have the video here. We'll respond to it. But let's do Democracy Day first before we get into those conversations. Because that's political and culture conversation, right? All right. So there's a conference that usually holds every year. But this organization, church, they actually organize this event about 3 times a year in May. That's May 29, June 12, and October 1. Excuse me. And so today they had the platform, which is a very, very important conversation. So it's a place where it's an event where different people from different walks of life get to share their thoughts, and you can pick something that will probably help. Hopefully policymakers also listen to that event. We're not here to advertise the event. After all, they even finished but there are some take-homes, right, from different speakers. And maybe before I even play you some of those clips, let me tell you the lineup of the speakers at the event and how the things went down, and then we'll listen to some of the clips from that event. So you had people like General Christopher Musa, that's Minister of Defense. You had Abubakar Bukola Saraki, that's the former Senate President. Babatunde Raji Fashola, that's the former Minister of Power, Minister of Works, former Governor of Lagos State. Ayobe, I think she works in journalism, but she's been around for a very long time. There's Dr. Brian Kagoro, there's Olusegun Adeniyi, who used to work with the presidency, especially under Yaradua, also a journalist. And then there's Dr. Charles Omole, who is a strategist and who wrote the book on Buhari, the one we... Did you ever read that book? Don't worry, one of these days we will read that book. Anyway, we have the book and we also have it on Redomi Books. So he is a strategist, he's a lawyer, and he's also a public commentator. So they had this beautiful conference earlier today, and several of the speakers share different ideas and what they think Nigeria should do to become better. I'm just going to play some of the clips, short clips here and there, but by the time you put everything together, you'll be able to make sense of the program. So let's begin with Dr. Charles. Let's begin with Dr. Charles Omole. All right. I just like rapid fire. So as we play it, we'll read. Do we have any moderator in the house? We have a lunatic on the prowl. This one just got out of the asylum. Let's mute him permanently. These are the clowns that want some people, they want somebody from their ethnicity to win, but they hate the country. And even we're just celebrating Nigeria is making you feel somehow. Is the demon inside you? Hood. The demon inside you is making you feel uncomfortable that we're celebrating Nigeria. You are sick. You need deliverance. But I don't have the time to deliver. No, let me deliver you. No. Are you ready for deliverance? Let me know if you are ready, then I'll pray for you. Because something is fundamentally wrong with you. Let's leave these clowns. Let's go back to the news. So let's begin with the speech by Dr. Charles Omole. Take a listen, please.
Mindset. Nigeria's security challenges demand a new mindset, not a repetition of old assumptions. For far too long, we have relied on familiar structures, familiar responses, and familiar explanations, even when the results have shown that they are no longer sufficient. I think Nigeria is the only country that I know so far, when it comes to security, that feels doing the same thing that has not worked will eventually work. If we are serious about solving insecurity in Nigeria, we must be willing to question the status quo. We cannot continue to do what has not worked and expect a different outcome. This is the purpose of this presentation. We must move from security as a force to security as governance. We need a new mindset entirely to rejig this. We have so far defined security in a very narrow fashion. To many ministries, acts all over the country, as if insecurity is the sole responsibility of the police and the armed forces. But what they do not understand is this: bad land policy can create conflict. Bad education policy can produce and recruit extremism. Bad urban planning can create ungoverned spaces. Bad economic policy can turn desperation into violence. Bad justice delivery can turn victims into vigilantes. So security is the duty of every department of government. But that has not been the case in our country. I remember in 2004, then I was still based in England. No, 2003. Arsenal, for those of you Arsenal supporters, were planning to build a new stadium at that time. So they applied to the Islington Council, the council then. I happened to be on the council management at that time. And the first thing I remembered we did was for them to do what we call security impact assessment of locating the stadium where it is now and of increasing the number in terms of its capacity. That security impact assessment showed a few things. I'm not going into details about it, but one thing it showed is that the train stations around the new stadium needed to be upgraded. Otherwise, it would not be able to handle the number of people that will be exiting the stadium. There will be stampede, people will die. So the first thing Arsenal was asked to do was upgrade all those train stations. One of them in particular, called the Holloway Road Station, had only one small escalator. Small elevator. It didn't even have escalator. There was only stairs. All these things was executed before even the stadium was built. Something tells me if that was in Nigeria, they will have finished building the stadium, there will be stampede, 50 people will die, and government will start giving condolence messages. A lot of our security challenges are foreseeable. And the easy way for government to make this the duty of all government is to make sure there is security impact assessment of every major government policy and projects. In other words, a new law is not needed. The president can wake up tomorrow and give an executive order that no new project will be accepted or signed off by the Federal Executive Council without him seeing the security impact of that particular policy. That will make a lot of things that we react to be more proactive in dealing with them.
All right. I mean, that's the man knows his stuff. There's a particular clip where he talked about how the place should be structured, and perhaps we should listen to that one before we go to other speakers. We may not be able to listen to everybody, but I just think that the event is worth listening to. I mean, the speakers, and you just might be inspired to do something, based on some of these things, okay? So let's take a listen one more time to Charles Omole. Again, he's a lawyer, he's also a security strategist, he's an author, and I mentioned one of the books he wrote earlier. That's the one about Muhammad Buhari. Take a listen again to Charles Omole as he talks about how the police should be structured and where the Inspector General of Police should be coming from. Please take a listen to this.
The reform we need, after state police becomes operational, we need to change the way our Inspector General of Police are appointed. Time will not permit me to go through different ways, different countries, appoint their Inspector General of Police. We need to widen the pool. The highest professional policing rank in the world is commissioner. Anything above commissioner rank is political. Therefore, Inspector General of Police does not have to come from the rank and file of the police. We need to widen that, but because of time.
So that's the much we can take from Dr. Charles Omole. We'll move to other speakers at the event as well. We'll listen next to the former Senate President, Senator Bukola Saraki, and here he's talking about the role of the legislature, right, in helping to fulfill the constitutional mandate, of the executive. Please take a listen to Senator Bukola Saraki.
In the barracks, here is what democracy stability actually requires. That disagreement has somewhere to go. In societies with functional legislatures, conflicts has nowhere in societies without functioning legislatures, conflict has nowhere to go except it is resolved on the streets, in the barracks, or at worst, to the barrel of a gun. But the parliament provides an arena where a divided country can argue without breaking. Whether you're from the north, you're from the south, you're Muslim, you're Christian, you have differences in views, you can argue and debate rather than violence. So what I learned in those 4 years in the National Assembly is that a legislator that cannot say no is not a legislator at all. A legislature which simply receives executive proposals, approves them without scrutiny, and goes home has not fulfilled its constitutional mandate. It has merely performed a ceremonial function. It's an echo. A democracy made only of echoes is only one election away from becoming something else entirely. The independence of the National Assembly is not rebellion against the government of the day. I say that so loud, having been a victim where you stand for independence of National Assembly, it's seen, it's a bad boy, Saraki is bad, it's against our government. And he says, I don't see, I just speak about myself. We're talking about how those institutions can do what they are meant to do in providing the mandate, because if the National Assembly is independent, it's a very great thing that makes the government legitimate, because a mandate that is never tested is a mandate no one can trust. So
all right, so that's Saraki talking about essentially the independence of the legislature. But then he also talked about a personal experience regarding fuel subsidy, when we had fuel subsidy, and what he experienced as the Senate president at the time. Basically, listen again to Senator Bukola Saraki.
I remember in the 7th Senate when I was moving a motion on fuel subsidy regime and how there was corruption. And one of the reasons why I was able to show to NNPC, because in those days what used to happen, people used to import petroleum products, and they'll bring in vessels documents to say vessel MV just for his name, MV platform. I don't mean your platform, but and those vessels were nowhere in Nigeria, and they will stamp the documents and government will pay them. But as somebody who had ability to reach out, I went as far as going to the Lloyd's Register, and I could see that the vessel that was supposed to be in Lagos port was in somewhere in Colombia. So I tell NNPC, come, see this vessel you guys paid so much, see where the vessel is. This is the capacity of what I mean by legislators need to also have the capacity. Sometimes when you watch the US Congress, you look at the kind of team they have, the kind of research they do. And until we get to that kind of level, but how do we get there? I believe 2 major issues. 1, electoral reform. Dr. Charles talked about security. We talked about civil rights. Until we begin to elect, have a process that ensures that the people that we want are elected, to me, that foundation is continuing going to be weak. If there's one single thing we've got to take away from here, is that we must go back and ensure that we have a process that the right people are elected. But unfortunately for now, the electoral processes that we have do not guarantee that. And that is why you have legislators who don't care how they perform, because they believe that they can win that election with or without you.
I see people in the comment section, maybe much later you can come up and then we can discuss, this thing that happened. But let me quickly say something to what I've been noticing in the comment section. There's time for everything. Even a broken clock is right twice a day. If a person is speaking as a former senator even if you don't agree with him, that's not the time to bring up his ethnicity or his cultural identity. And no, he's not Fulani. I'm seeing people in the comments, he's not Fulani. His ancestors actually moved into Nigeria. I think he's from Mali. Okay? And what's happening, let me pause for a second. I need to quickly address this thing. What is happening in that part of Yoruba land is something very similar to what happened after the Saros returned and the Amaros returned to Lagos, where people were trying to create a new identity for Eko apart from Awori. What you see happening in Ilorin is essentially people trying to say, you know what, we have become a melting pot. We want to create an Ilorin, kind of like a subgroup. Just because the emir is Fulani does not mean that everybody that you don't like in Ilorin is Fulani. In actual fact, his ancestry is Malian. I'm not talking about Naira Mali. Right, but today, he's who he is. Someone says he's not Yoruba. I mean, that's okay. I mean, whatever you want to say, you can say. You know, but none of us here has the capacity to name anybody or determine the ethnicity of anybody. And I think some of the things that we're doing, some people are just going to the extreme. People are going to the extreme. And what you're doing, you think you are fighting for, you're just lashing out at anybody you don't like and just paying them something bad. And then it's like giving a dog a bad name so you can hang it. It's not Fulani. Unless you're telling me that everybody from Mali, they are Fulani. Okay? Someone says his mother is from Owo. Someone says his mother is from Bokuta. You know, we determine identity primarily using, we determine identity primarily patrilineally. Okay? So, but the point is, living in Yoruba land, they are acculturated, whatever you want to call them, but it's not Fulani. Okay? And many of you that are saying things like this, if I ask you, okay, let me do this. Let's pause for a second. Give me a what's the word now? Give me a source of the claim you are making, because this is a platform that we don't do gossips. So give me a source of everything you are saying right now. Prince says they never like Yoruba people. I don't know Yoruba people who don't like Yoruba people. Does that mean that they are not Yoruba? Speak to the issue. It's not everything that has to go ethnic. If you are doing this, you are losing the plot. Olushola Oshinawo, repeating something over and over again doesn't make it true. And I'm going to mute if you keep spamming. Tell me a source for the things you are typing over and over again. Nigeria's conversation doesn't have to be reduced to this pedestrian thing of everything you don't like, the person you just label somebody. That's not how you have conversation. You can't learn anything from anybody that way. That's the truth. So anybody that is from all of them are Fulani. There are some of you, one day you go and do DNA test and discover that your great grandfathers are never anywhere close to Yoruba land. Someone say living in Yoruba land does not transcend that you're a Yoruba person. So what makes you a Yoruba person? Tell me. Since you know it's more than our elders. Some of you go and do your DNA very soon. You discover that your grandparents are not even anywhere close to Yoruba land. And I say this because I've met a lot of people. Thomas because it's God, I just go, hello me. Hello me. They are Nupe. Some people are Baruba. Some people are Kanuri Borno. Some people are Hausa. I mean, they are not Hausa, they are Yoruba today, but if you trace the ancestry, you find Hausa. Last week, I was talking about the woman who said when they trace their own ancestry, although she is Yoruba or she's Ibadan, her father is Ibadan, but the ancestry is actually from Senegal. See, all this pedestrian conversation, I don't like it because it doesn't really move anybody anywhere. It's just all this, you're from this, you're from that, and so what? There are people in your family who are Yoruba people, don't think about the full Yoruba. Iyanko. I'm a Yoruba. There's time for everything. There's time, literally, if you're going to have intellectual conversations, there's time for everything. It's not you don't have the mindset of this person that has a hammer to solve every problem. So everything is a nail. There's no security, ethnicity. There's a food crisis, ethnicity. There is ethnicity. Everything is ethnicity. No, that's not how to have good conversations. Logic Vector, please don't tell me to calm down. Don't do that. Someone says Ebonya Hausa. How are Ebonya Hausa? That's because Igbos call them. I mean, I don't even want to talk about Igbos. I'm just saying that it's not funny that people in the comment section don't mention anything he said. They just went straight to his Fulani. Okay, so let's even assume it's Fulani. So what? Let's even assume he's Fulani, and so what? How does that affect what he's saying? Jeez. Some of you are going to be like these IPOP people. You are some of you are extremists. I'll be telling you, you may not like it, but I will say it. Some Yoruba people are behaving like the people they say they hate. That's the truth. Somebody has to tell you the truth. I don't like it, but I'm sure you know that I don't really care if people like me or not. But let's just move away from this thing, I beg. Bumblebee says Ebony now, so Ebony is now. Oh God, Ebony people are now also. Today's session is just something else. How did you get to Ebony people are outside here to your law? It is Igbo people, their fellow Igbos, who call them Hausa, because in their minds they are lower. And I think some of us are beginning to take up that thing. See, this is why you cannot build any ideology on hate. When you are done hating the outsider, you're going to convert it. You're going to start hating insiders. Before you know it, you'll be looking for who is more Yoruba, which is all these ridiculous things I'm hearing about some people's ancestry, which you have not done your own DNA. The Yoruba people, for instance, when Toman Kioriki one, you just hear that Nupe about Uncle Bini, Uncle answer the Queen, Bini Madaro Toman Kioriki one. But you ban one thing because it's not conversation. Nigeria. This is not like because I'm a Nigerian, I'm also a Yoruba person. I'm also a Lagosian. Excuse me. I'm not talking about this. I'm Nigerian, I'm also Lagosian. Give me rights, give me rights. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who have become us. And some of you, your ancestors are part of those people. I'm just saying, let's calm down. Thank you very much. How did we get here? It's not like I like Saraki or I don't like Saraki. That's not even the point. So just to be clear, it's not like I'm supporting everything he said. But you know the funny thing, we have not mentioned anything he said. We have not talked about it. It's just his Fulani, and it's not even Fulani. And let's even assume he's Fulani. Okay. So how does that affect the fact that he's talking about the role of the legislature in governance? How does that affect the fact that they stamped a document in Nigeria during fuel subsidy regime and they discovered that the ship was in Colombia? Do you see how we're not really different from the people on the streets? Are you guys noticing something? The real issue we have not talked about, how many minutes have we been talking? I've been responding to Fulani. The last 5 minutes or so, we have not mentioned anything that has to do with the vessel he was talking about, the fact that the vessel was built in Colombia. Meanwhile, they've stamped and said that the thing was in Nigeria, and they were using that to siphon money. We have not talked about that. The fact that they're saying that the legislature should not be rubber stamp, saying the National Assembly should not be rubber stamping whatever the executive is saying. We haven't talked about that. You have just reduced everything to his Fulani. Now let's talk to somebody who is talking to the topic. Consilum says his claims are valid but pointless as he tried everything to be a stumbling block, but he didn't use his power properly. I mean, that's a better criticism. Okay, and whether I agree or not, at least you are speaking. This session is just spoiling today. At least you're speaking to the topic, right? You are talking about Ikotoso. You're not talking about who. If you want to hear about ethnic identity, we're going to get to ethnic identity today. when we talk about Sam Amadi, I promise you we'll talk about it. But it's not every topic that is about ethnic identity. That's the point. Ibo Jinodo says, at what point did he discover subsidy vetting and how did he entrench it in the laws? Thank you. We can now talk about. Let's move on. Let's go to Ayobe. My brothers and sisters in Yoruba land, peace be unto thee. You know what? Give me a second. Let's go do this thing. Omobeko says, I'm from Kosoko family, Trace Ilefe, Yoruba people, Kwambele name Emi Prof. Emi Wanko. Give me a second. Let me put this thing to rest. It will not change anything, because people are just asking questions. Even if I answer, you know you're not going to believe. I just know. Sherry, Oro, Logic Vector, you're not a good person, no? Mbo. Someone says, I saw a question here. Someone says that, what's the difference between Fulani and Malians? To be fair, there are Fulani people who are from Mali as well. Do you understand? So Mali, the Mali as we use it today is a nationality. Fulani is an ethnicity or ethnic identity, right? So you can be from Mali and not be Fulani, because there are many ethnicities there. But you can also be Fulani. And maybe it's even Fulani. Like I said earlier, it could be Fulani. But I know it's from Mali. I know they are from Mali. But let's even say it's Fulani. The point I'm still making is everything he said right now has nothing to do with his ethnic identity. That's the point. And then when it comes to Ilorin, because of their own history, they are trying to do, and if you study Lagos Island, Lagos history, they're trying to do the same thing that people started doing in Lagos when different other groups came in. The returnees from Sierra Leone, from Brazil, and everybody got together and they started using as though being Lagosian. I said there was no Lagos state anyway, so being Lagosian became almost like Echo, became like essentially a subgroup of Yoruba people rather than the Awori. So it included the Awori and then those other returnees. So what I'm saying basically, and I think I should just stay on this for maybe a few more minutes before we move on to other things, is that what I've noticed, right, is that folks in Ilorin are trying, and I think it's better for them to do Ilorin than for people to push them, or for them to do Fulani, not even people pushing anybody, to be honest. It's not even your fault. It's better for them to say they are Ilorin. And I've heard it. I've been there. I've done research work in Ilorin. The first time I went to do research work in Ilorin was 2001. We needed to do some work in a particular part of Yoruba culture. The place we had to go, we went to Ikirun, went to Osogbo, went to Ilorin. And when I got there, the culture is essentially Yoruba, but heavily influenced by Islam more than Fulani culture. In some parts, heavily influenced by Islam, but at the core, they are Yoruba. It's been 25 years, so I don't know, things might have changed, but even then, you see how people want it to be Ilorin, who don't want to. Some people say they are Yoruba, some people rakpala, so Ilorin. But I never really heard anybody identify. In my own work at the time, I didn't hear anybody identify as Fulani. Maybe, and I'm not saying that, of course, they're Fulani there. The emir is Fulani, so there are Fulani people there. But I'm saying that, number one, we have to be very careful with this thing where we get so caught up in ethnic conversations or ethnic arguments that every single thing is looked through the lens of ethnicity, including legislature. All right. But here's the point. They are from Mali. Fulani or no Fulani, I don't think they are Fulani. But let's even say they are Fulani. Kí ni ẹni ṣe pẹ̀lú nǹkan tán sọ? Ṣọ́rọ̀ mi yé wa. Two by there you are. Oh my, you are there. Meanwhile, in Tojafula, you're not even making things easy for yourselves, because if you are, let me also put the other balance. There was a trend, right, on Twitter, a trending topic on Twitter, the last 1 week or so. There are certain people who have been pushing this thing about, who are Muslim first and Muslim before Yoruba. And it turns out that a number of those people were also from that part of the country. So I think maybe that's one of the things that's making people look at everything from the but please, let's calm down. Let's go back to the topic. Oh boy. Well, listen to folks from platform. Have you? This is Ayobe, who is a human rights activist, and she's been in the public space for decades now. And in this particular clip, she talks about how human rights and security are not enemies, and that they are necessary partners, because a government that respects human rights is a government that earns cooperation. Please take a listen to Ayobe, the human rights activist.
With abductions that's affecting us here, right here in Yoruba land, it's tempting for some of us to argue that it's in fact democracy that's the problem, that the politicians are busy running after elections, that they're not concerned with our security. But I need to make my position on this very clear. There is absolutely no conflict between national security and democracy. In fact, in my view, if our security is to be sustained, then we have to have democratic legitimacy. However, that democracy itself can only survive if the response to mass criminal violence is grounded in the rule of law. You know, I say prayers every morning, and amongst the things that I pray for are our security agencies. I pray for them protection, blessing, but I also pray that they should follow human rights and humanitarian law in carrying out their operations. Now, there may be others who think that if they call themselves moral or democratic, or even most moral, or even only democracy, then their barbarity and savagery may be excused. But what we have seen is that even genocide is not enough to suppress. And in any case, it's not an option for us here in Nigeria. We can't do scorched earth with our own country, with our own fellow citizens. So let me repeat, for those who think that we're in this situation because we've been treating the perpetrators of the joint evils of terrorism, insurgency, banditry, and kidnapping, with the side helping of violent communal strife with kid gloves, human rights and security are not enemies. On the contrary, they are partners. They're necessary partners, because a government that respects human rights is a government that earns cooperation.
Someone says, oh, speaking, that's Ayobe. She's a lawyer and hello? Can you hear me now? Shank got me by. Okay. So that was Ayobe. And someone asked who she was. She is a lawyer and a human rights activist. She was also prominent during the struggle for democracy, right, during the military era. And someone wrote in the comment section that she's a member of the CLO. I think that's Civil Liberties Organization. So thank you very much for putting that out. I'm just looking at it here. Civil Liberties Organization. Okay, yeah, Civil Liberties Organization. She took over leadership of the CLO during the height of General Sani Abacha's military regime. Leading a human rights body at this time carried immense personal risk. In March 1996, her passport was confiscated by military authorities as she attempted to leave Nigeria to attend the UN Human Rights committee meeting in New York. So she's one of the major voices for democracy. She was also involved in the Bring Back Our Girls movement. All right, so that was that from her. Just to get a little more, a few more stuff from different other people. By the way, I went to check. It looks like some people are actually right. I saw some people say Fulani, some people say Mali. But I'm sorry if you think I'm still dwelling on this. I just want to make sure I'm not passing the wrong information. So I'm saying Mali, I'm saying Fulani, but I think it is possible that it's Fulani from Mali. I'm talking about his ancestors, not his own, not himself or his father. So I've seen Mali, I've seen Fulani. So it's possible that they're actually Fulani from Mali. Okay? And also that the mother is Yoruba or Yo from Iseyin in Oyo State. That's where his grandmother, his paternal grandmother, Florence Morenike Saraki, is from Iseyin, Oyo State. Not passing. So I've seen both. I have things to say, but I'm going to move on. Let's go on to the former governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Raji Fashola. And here he's talking about the outcome of elections. Please take a listen to this.
Either issues or problems with the elections, either somebody doesn't do his job on that day. Because the reality on election day in Nigeria is that presidential election, to be precise, it was 176,000 polling stations across the world. On that day, from about 9 till about 2 or 3, everybody was supposed to be doing the same thing together, correctly, at the same time. They were born differently, they were socialized differently, they were transported differently, they were educated differently. Some have eaten, some did not eat. That is the reality of that day. And so with the imperfections, are we agreed that we should accept the results? Or are we agreed that it must be INEC's fault? Even when the INEC chairman cannot be in all of those 176,000 polling stations. Think about it. In other jurisdictions, they recognize the imperfections, they aspire to improve, but they accept the results. And for those who are unsuccessful, they move peacefully and gallantly to accept the position of opposition. That role, I dare say, is as important, if not more important, than the role of those in government. It seems to me that an unwillingness to accept the outcome of an election perhaps blinds the unsuccessful participant from seeking and taking up the ennobling role of opposition for the development of society.
All right. There's another clip from him. And again, maybe what I'll do is after this, we'll probably come up and then we'll go to this to another topic entirely. So I'll bring like 2 people up to talk on everything we've discussed so far, like we did yesterday and 2 days ago. All right. So again, one more thing, one more clip from BRF. And here he's talking about taxation. Okay. Please take a listen to this.
We have just had a major fiscal reform that delivered 4 new tax laws. And unless I missed it, I don't recall what the political parties, and this is not about what their individual members have said about the tax reform. I don't recall what the parties' positions were about the subject of taxation. Now, can you truly have a representative government, a democratic government, without a debate about taxation? That is the basis of representation. And that is something about which I think we should reach a consensus. And the first question is, what do we want to do about taxes? Are we unanimous that every taxable person must pay. Because if we have that resolution as a consensus, the debate then will be whether the rich should pay more than the poor or whether they should pay the same. The debate will sharpen to whether corporates should pay more or less as a strategy for increasing industrialization or manufacturing or growth and creating employment.
He made a point that I find very, very intriguing, and it's something we've been talking about for a bit now, that Nigeria doesn't have a very strong opposition party. And it's a shame. It's a shame because it makes those who support the president look like psychopaths. And then it makes those who are shouting against him just look like mad people in the market space. Because there's no coherence, there's nothing structured, everybody's just shouting how much is rice, how much is bread, nothing sensible for the most part. And if you have a functioning opposition, then you can have a better, democracy. Essentially, the government needs opposition to do what they have to do. In other words, say the government comes up with a policy, there's an opposition party, that's able to critique or criticize that policy, look for the loopholes, not just because they want to pull anybody down, but because they are seeing the things that the other person may not be seeing, because, everybody has blind sides. So if the party in government is not seeing those things, they can say, look at all these things. You should have done this, you should have done that. And that's what I think BRF is referring to when he said that it might even be more important than the people in power. And by the way, Awo, when he went to the center, he was in the opposition, was a leader of opposition in the Federal House of Representatives. All right. I'm talking about Papa. When he left, his premiership, and then he went to go to the center, he eventually had to become leader of opposition. And that's probably the most robust opposition that we've ever had in Nigeria's political history. The closest second would be APC when PDP was in power. APC gave PDP a run for their money. And it's just so sad that now that they're in power, there's no other person to fill that post of opposition. The other ones, they're just crying. And that's the funny thing. When APC was coming hard against, for instance, say, fuel subsidy, even though that one was to use politics, number one, PDP could have done better. But the point is, how come there's no way they can actually come up with a coherent... Lai Mohammed now, during that period, before it even became Minister of Information, it was very, very effective, right? We need such, such movements, and hopefully we're going to have NDC become that later. Maybe we're going to, listen to something about NDC. And I'm saying NDC because it looks to me like Sirake Dixon seems to be very, very intentional. I don't know if they're going to become that, but I just know that Nigeria needs an opposition party, even though I want President Tinubu to win again, just to be clear. But it's important for another party to be able to keep them on their toes in government. So that's that from BRF. Let's go to the next speaker. This time around, we'll listen to General Christopher Musa, who is the Minister of Defense. And here he talks about the fact that Nigeria is going through a trying period and what we need to do to be able to overcome or to surmount the challenges that we're facing at the moment. Please take a listen to the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa.
Great honor for me standing here today. Nigeria is going through a trying period, and I'm sure we're all aware of that. In fact, when I was invited, I was told to come and speak about security. I was wondering what I was going to say, because I know that Nigeria is going through so much. And as Nigerians, it's important for us to understand that challenges will always come as long as you live. The important thing is, what do you do about those challenges? And I'm very happy for all those speakers that have spoken. One thing they have said that is striking is that everything revolves around the people. If the people are ready and willing to make changes, changes will occur. If the people are not willing, nothing will happen. Difficult to deal with it. I can tell you what's going on with the challenges we have in the country. Banditry, insurgency terrorism. Why does it seem so difficult to deal with it? Perhaps we have the people that are also encouraging and supporting these things from happening. Because the terrorists, the bandits, survive around the people. There are several stories how people have aided them in giving them food, in giving them water, in giving them information. And these are the things that keep them going. And we call this the oxygen. Who are those funding them? Who are those giving them information? Who are those giving them the logistics that keeps them going? It is still the people. Conventional warfare in the past used to be state to state, country to country, so you know who your enemy is. The most dangerous aspect of battle or campaign is when the enemy is within. That individual that you are protecting is the number one enemy trying to take you out immediately he gets the chance. So it's important for us to always remember that the armed forces, the security agencies, no matter what they do, if the people are not ready to support, it makes it extremely very difficult. But I want to appeal and I want to appreciate Nigerians that despite these challenges, Nigerians are standing up and ensuring that this menace is dealt with. And we must continue to work in unity. Because it is these gaps that exist between us that this individual sees and try to expand to separate us and divide us. And we must not let that happen.
Someone in the comment section on TikTok says, we can see the government is shying away not to deal with it. Please, when it's time, please feel free to come up to explain. Maybe you'll be able to help us understand it a bit more. When you say the word government is, I hope you can come up and say it, and I hope you show your face when you're saying these things. Please just help us. We'd love to hear your thoughts when the time comes. And one more clip from Christopher Musa. Here he talks about how security forces are not the enemies of the state, and the fact that everybody is a victim. May God help all of us. Take a listen very quickly to the Minister of Defense.
When citizens and institutions work together, and this is what we want to appeal, that we must work together. The security forces are not the enemies of the state. In fact, what I always say is that we are all victims. As a commander, I had the privilege of being the commander in the theater, Operation Hadinkai, for 19 months. And the worst thing that could ever happen to you is having to meet the families of those who have passed on, who were killed, to explain to them what happened to their wards. Or to see those ones that have been amputated because the vehicles they were riding went through IEDs, which has taken the limbs. Some you see them eyes taken, arms taken, and all this. And these are family members. So I want to appeal to Nigerians that as long as these individuals are sacrificing themselves, we have a country to protect. We must honor them. We must support them. We must give them everything that will keep them going. And together, with the support of the citizens, so much can be achieved. And I can assure you that. National unity remains one of our greatest strategic assets. And we must build on that. When you sit down, you hear, look, he's from the north, he's from the south, he's Muslim, he's Christian, he's this. These are the gaps that these individuals are using against us. And we must not let that happen. We're all Nigerians. God doesn't make mistake. He has a purpose for putting us together. And it is not for us to destroy ourselves, but for us to build a greater nation. So I want to appeal to Nigerians, like I always said, that we have a country that we should be proud of, that we are proud of. Nobody can defeat us. This evil will pass away.
So here's the thing about motivational speaking. God did not put us in Nigeria. I beg. Can we do everything together here? Can we unite here as well? And I will tell you the reason, because once you say that thing, oh my, it changes the conversation. Like, but can we solve this problem? Yes. Can we do it together? Yes. Can we unite? Yes. But let's not Just leave God alone, JJ. Like, because the structural changes that are required, you will not do it because you assume that it's God that made you like this. Therefore, it should be like that, So just saying it's not exactly God, but it is well, I guess. All right. So there was a plenary session. Panel conversation, actually. There's a panel discussion. And the former governor of Lagos said something I'd never heard before about the fact that while he was governor, he did not receive security vote. I was like, really? But again, I mean, BRF says what he means. So I would like you to take a listen to BRF one more time. Take a listen, please.
I hear this security vote thing. Whenever I hear some of my colleagues talk about it, I don't know what it means because I never had it in Lagos. Well, maybe you were the governor, but I was the governor. So, I speak for what I know. I was the governor. There was no security vote. All our acquisitions were domiciled in the Ministry of Budget and Planning. So you were saying governors received something as security vote. I don't know if Governor Saraki got that kind of... I didn't get it. And I don't know from where they were getting it.
Wow. I've never heard anybody say that. Any of the governors? I've never heard any of the governors say that. But I don't know. PRF must know what he's talking about. Hopefully, conversations in the coming days will dwell on those things. Just a comment section here. Prof says Nigerian politicians have learned to weaponize God's permissive will. Professor Remy, Nishubu, may God bless you. Once they invoke God, everything now seems as if, this is God. Let me just say something. Someone said one day, we're going to pray in Nigeria, we must be together. I was like, did God tell you? Because it's democracy they are. So let's talk about this. We pray for Nigeria to be one. I pray for Nigeria to be one. But there's a gap in our prayers as believers, as Christians. And I don't know about other. I think other ethnicities do the same thing when it comes to praying. Other religions when it comes to praying for Nigeria. But as a Christian, we say that your faith begins when the will of God is known. In other words, when you're praying what the will of God is. You don't even know the will of God for Nigeria. You're just shouting, God must be us together. What if you're not supposed to, I'm not saying we should break, but what if we're not supposed to be together? You're shouting, God has brought us together. When did God sign that when did God bring you together? It was British people brought you together, and British people are not God. We should be serious about this whole thing and not just really, when you just use religion to scatter everything. Anyway, still on BRF, he talked about security vote, Abi. There's another conversation. There was another point in that conversation where he talked about policing and how it's not attractive enough to many young people. Let's take a listen to that as well. Take a listen, please.
Existential. Every state can afford to start on the same day. The truth is that not every state can afford to start on the same day. That's the honest truth. Our existential challenges across our diversities are not the same. So nobody should expect everybody to start every day. But very importantly, to the question of resourcing, the question to even ask is how many people, young people, want to work in the police? So that's the place to start. Whose children should go there? But if policing pays 500,000 a month, what kind of people should we put there? Shegun wants to join now. So it's important to have this conversation, and perhaps
Maybe National Assembly, I don't know how this will work, perhaps will then establish some kind of enabling act, and I'm not sure that is consistent also with the federal arrangement, but we must have some guardrails that perhaps helps set a modicum curriculum of what a policeman should experience before he's unleashed on society in terms of empathy, civic behavior, community engagement. Now, in addition to that, I would also like guardrails about there are some crimes that don't need guns. So at what level do we deploy arms? Rape, domestic violence, they are crimes. And they need to be policed as well and prosecuted and investigated and prosecuted. Or is allowed to carry arms. As far as the fear of politicians about abuse, the truth is that the potential for abusing law enforcement is there in every part of the world. And it must not blind us to the necessity to take steps to first protect ourselves and our children and our families and our communities. Those who potentially can abuse the system and perhaps are immune, people like me in my former life, we have lost our immunity now. So if we had abused the police system, we will actually be made to then account.
Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. Had to. Excuse me. I had to change the source, the audio source, but we're good now. All right. So, I mean, that was BRF. All these things, when it's time to come up, please feel free to come up. We will talk about all of those things. Very important conversations, but again, we're not dwelling on any of them. I'm just trying to give a highlight, so to speak, of everything discussed today. He mentioned Segun earlier, Olusegun Adeniyi, who worked with President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. He was also there, and he said something quite interesting. I mean, if you know, I like optimism, but I also like reality. Like, it's important to mention, for instance, why do we have voter apathy? Why are people not going out to vote, on election day? And he mentioned something, that I think we should all listen to. I hope the government also listens to, what he had to say. Let's take a listen to the former presidential spokesman, Olusegun Adeniyi. Please take a listen.
The democracy we practice does not impact enough Nigerians to make them care about voting. Following the AMAC election in February this year, I wrote a column titled "In Defense of Abuja's Non-Voters," which resonated with many people. With 65,676 votes recorded for all the candidates out of 837,338 registered voters, it meant that just about 8% of AMAC residents who registered to vote bothered to exercise their franchise. In that intervention, I warned that nobody should downplay the challenge of voter apathy and the dire implications of a pervasive lack of interest to participate in our elections. From disillusionment with the performance of public officials to the growing perception that their votes may not count, there are justifiable reasons why many Nigerians are staying away from the polling booth at election time. And such electoral indifference bodes ill for our democracy.
That is absolutely correct. I mean, and I think the government also has to do something about this. Like, people have to feel that voting means something, and then they'll go out. And particularly in Yoruba land, where certain people can use that apathy to their advantage and just go all out and begin to do all kinds of things. So we need to get our people voting. But one of the things that will encourage them is beyond all this palliatives, is beyond all those things. It's more about feeling that their votes mean something. All right. As we begin to wrap up this particular section, there's one more clip I'm going to show. Let me look at it before I say it. Yes, there's one more clip I'd like us to listen to. And this is from a lawyer who was also one of the speakers. His name is Brian Kagoro. And he talked about how we have de-intellectualized Nigerian politics. I mean, I've said it several times, but it's good to have somebody, say it as well on that kind of platform. So let's take a listen to Brian Kagoro and what he had to say at the platform.
Policing policy, actualized African politics, we have de-intellectualized African politics so that many of your major political parties don't have a policy and research wing, and yet they are responsible for making policies, from IT policy to policing policy to AI policy. How are they making policy without research and police wings? Many people who want to be governors, who want to rule, do not have the research competencies or the data that backs them up. I'll tell you how they hope to make it: through power, through popularity, through political beauty pageantry, through accumulating enough money, whether from corruption or other means, to pay their way to power. Once they've paid their way to power, they realize, it is good to be here, but they are unable to do anything, and the masses are demanding performance. What is the solution? I want to suggest to you that political parties and those contending for political office need to have credible backing of knowledge, of data, of science. Number one, the intellectual, and hope that the governance will be intellectual. We cannot de-intellectualize politics and hope that the governance will be intellectual.
Brian Kagoro is a Zimbabwean constitutional lawyer. So he's from Zimbabwe. It looks like we have many similar problems across Africa. And we've said this several times, that most of our political parties are just vehicles, platforms for getting power. There's no policy document, there's no manifesto for most of them. It's about just copying each other. There's no political ideology. That's why you can move from a party, join another party, and then you can become a presidential candidate without having to go through anything, because it doesn't really matter. All you just need is a platform to become something. Okay? And this cuts across just about every party. I'm sure there will be exceptions, but the rule is that you can have a document that states your policy, but doesn't really mean anything to you. And that's why if you can tell me any political party, where you get like 5 people from there and say, okay, tell us the overriding, ideology of this particular political party, they don't know. It's just power, power, power. So I hope that we begin to address these things, and we also have a new generation of people who occupy spaces, particularly in political spaces, particularly our political spaces, and they're able to bring sanity into those spaces. Now, before we go to the topic, I'd like to bring some people up. Again, happy Democracy Day, Nigeria. It's a beautiful June 12th day, and we're glad to celebrate the labor of our heroes past, and celebrate what they've done for us. So I'll bring some people up. I know we have 3 people who have sent their request. I'll bring you. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute. We just have your thoughts. Please keep it brief, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then we can move on to the topic, the one that I think a lot of people want us to talk about, which is the clap. When we get there, we'll talk about it. Let me not start now. So let's have. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute and keep it short. All right. Thank you. Please mute. Please mute. All right, let's begin with my brother Bumblebee. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Prof. Quito, thank you very much.
Ẹkáàbọ. Yeah.
My submission is very short because I'll just go straight to the point. My own case is with Bukola Saraki, and well, I don't have any issues with his place of origin at all, even though I would be surprised if the kind of influence himself and his family exerted in Kwara State, if they happen to be people that migrated from Mali and then they exert that kind of influence, it's quite concerning. But that's by the way. Bukola Saraki acting very, very fresh with the history we have of him being there. It's always funny how Nigerian politicians always act very fresh in retrospect. When they leave the place now, they have all the solutions to all the things of that. You know how he ran the Senate as the Senate president. So himself and his family, they don't have the best record. They don't have the most distinct record in Nigerian politics, and we are not too quick to forget. So thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for that submission, and thank you for not going back to the other thing. But yeah, it's true. Nothing to add. Nothing to add. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next person. Olumiwa, good evening.
Good evening, Prof. Happy Democracy Day, sir. Yeah.
Same to you.
So, like, regarding democracy, in the spirit of democracy, this guy that was spewing in Kotio that the other time, because of Abiola, Onikiyoba run on unopposed, like making it sound like it is unopposed. First of all, he has to understand that politics is it's like marketing. You understand? You can all these parties, they just want to plug in like the everything to surround the Abiola. Me shock pe Kenneth go mo Abiola go fúnra rẹ̀. E pàdé from Ogun State. Abiola ní ọpọlọ. Abiola ò ṣèyàn tí Abiola did more infrastructure than most governors in their region.
Abiola.
MK Abiola, yes.
Infrastructure.
No. Like like Oshe, like build. In different categories. She understand, like schools, school like it's a philanthropist. He's a very big philanthropist. She understand. So even that alone, like people just these political parties, they just wanted to plug into the momentum to build the select. Not because it's Yoruba. I'm aspire like I thought Olori thought he could anybody. That's okay. Because of that, let's give them this. And it was not even that. Abiola is, I think, boya ke like our journals to like any lati topic for Olori Abiola, because I think this man, our people you more, don't believe to ma compare Abiola pẹ̀lú Obi, because got to sound for me niye pe okay tori Abiola, like can you mention Abiola, can you mention our these people, like I feel like it's an insult to this any going insult any. So like my just
all right.
Make I can recognize Abiola for this
thank you.
Democracy Day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Eshawo. Thank you very much. And speaking of MK Abiola, since we can't discuss June 12 and Democracy Day without mentioning Abiola, I think it's also important for us to listen to something from Chief MK Abiola, the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò, and the winner of the June 12 election. And this was actually his last interview, and I would like you to take a listen to just a clip from that interview. Please mute. Please take a listen to this.
It will continue off and on until the military release the result of the June 12 election and put the democratically elected president, who is myself, in charge of affairs. I won't go to war. I won't encourage my supporters to go to war. I will fight for peace, and I will get peace. But you see, we do not want the peace of a graveyard, the peace whereby somebody continues to ride on the rest of us with a gun. We will get peace, but we'll get peace with decency and integrity and honesty and probity and democracy.
Abiola was eventually arrested from his home in Lagos by men from the secret police in June 1994.
All right, that was Chief MKO Abiola. And may he so rest in peace, and may God bless his family and those he left behind. All right, let's listen to Concilium Proventus, and then we'll go to other things. Good evening, Concilium. Ẹkáàbọ. Yes, sir.
Today is a day of many memories. It's also the day I first voted in the Nigeria election in the House Market in Ijebu-Ode. Mo rántí ọjọ́ yẹn, mo kọ́kọ́ vote lójú. Mo rántí ọjọ́ yẹn dáadáa. But that's the point. Secondly, somebody needs to get this fellow, King Igbedu. They need to get him off. As the man's a nuisance. I don't know what he call Leku lórí kí ni wà. Àráyè. Gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yẹn pé ọ̀kan ní South West máa kú ọmọ kan máa ṣán. Ọ̀kan máa ṣe kí ni kan wàhálà tí ẹ̀ nìyẹn. Àwọn èèyàn yìí ló ń kú tó ń ṣán ẹ̀yìn lẹ́mọ̀. Àwọn amọ̀kọ́ tá à ń ṣe. Àwọn tó wà lọ́yọ̀ọ́ à ń gbàdúrà fún wọn, wọ́n máa gbà wọn padà. Ojú yín ló máa ṣe kò ní ṣẹ̀yìn. Then going to the issue of look, in the issue of this country, we are always at the forefront of fighting for what's just. And with the sprinkling of other people from different parts of the country, and it's reflected in the honors roll, the truth about Bukola is that he always overplays his hand, and he overplayed his hand during Buhari's first term because he was trying. Look, he was trying to use his position as Senate president as leverage for the government. Yes, he might have said one or two things that were right, but the truth about it, his intent, his motive itself was suspect from the off. How he got that seat itself was suspect, but that's also besides the point. If he's now claiming that he's a Democrat of some sort, because if you can see how he's been played out, he's sitting quietly. It's not like he doesn't have a plan, but he's looking at where the leaves will and where the wind will blow, so that he put himself there. He has not left PDP. Ajá ẹ̀ ti lọ sí ADC. Òun ló ń pariwo lẹ́nìí. His dog, Dino the dog. Òun ló ń pariwo lẹ́nìí. Tó sọ oríṣiríṣi. But òun fúnra rẹ̀ ó jókòó sí PDP. Kò bá Wike níjà, ó kọ̀ra dákẹ́ ni. Because he's playing a long game. Because he has realized something. The truth of the matter is that if he comes out as a candidate from the north, we will tell him that ó padà sílé. And which leads me to another thing that I want to mention. I don't know. I'm sure there are people here that are from they need to start speaking up for themselves. We here in the Southwest, because they were talking to, I think I was reading an article today in the Punch where, what's his man's name? Dr. Togun's dad. What's his name again? What's his first name? Anybody that knows Togun, the former commander of DSS, back in those days, they mentioned Ilorin or Kwarachi, and he said it doesn't count them as Southwest. If you read the article,
they are not Southwest though.
I know it doesn't count them as Yoruba, no sir. And I felt if you read the article, as in my brain is shut down. But because I was reading it this morning, I was like, wow, how? And it's very sad. Because I don't see anybody from that region actually standing up there and saying that we are Yoruba. I mean, there should, in this democratic climate, I want to say, there should be a reinforced agitation from the people of that region, that part of North Central, to say, Omowa, We want to be united with our brothers in the Southwest. Anybody that wants to go, like I was mentioning one time, some people were telling me that they were never going to leave Ilorin alone. At some point in time, in the political calculations, we might have to leave them alone. No? If they give us the whole of the Igomina now, but the truth of the matter is that they will not do that. They want to add their cake and eat it. I come to Southwest and claim to be Yoruba and stay in the North and say that they are not but they are not doing it for themselves. They are doing it for their leaders. We all know that. But Lobe, going back to Oroti, our speakers, our top Mayobe, maybe some people are just introduced to Nigerian politics. Mayobe, go and read on Nigerian politics. Because Nigerian politics is not starting 99. What it don't take. What you pay? How you continue? What you pay? How you continue? What how you continue? Sorrow. Then Tinubu that ran away and Mshoyinka were just extremely exposed as political agitators. Our Yobe were playing in the middle. They playing activists and whatnot. So they had the room to actually maneuver and claim that, oh, fine, we are not supporting or opposing anybody. We are just agitating for what is right and what is fair. The rest of them that in the political exposed people like Shoyinka and Tinubu and the rest of them, they have to go away. If you don't know IOB, go and read up on your political history. Maybe internet you want to say. Back in our days, we didn't have internet. We have to go to the newspaper, the news, tell, and every week was like a kilo ṣẹlẹ̀ lẹ́yìn kí lè lè sọ ọ̀rọ̀ police ẹjọ́ tó Ọlọ́run. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. If your state is too small to set up a police force and you think that you don't have the resources, get a group of investigators. Train there, maybe 400, 500 for each state. They need to local government. You have 5 in this local government, you have 10 in this local government, and they should be attached to the Ministry of Justice so that they will carry out investigations. Because the truth about it is that a lot of cases, if you go to court, a lot of cases die because of irregular and shoddy investigation by the IPOs. Because they run normally, right statement, right thing. If they take the file to the Ministry of Justice, then the Ministry of Justice will take, okay, our investigators were with police powers, they can now carry out investigations and then charge people to court. Because when you go to court sometimes, the cases are already dead. They're just holding those people. So the Ministry of Justice or the investigator can sign off and say, okay, if you don't have any case against him. Because we don't have any evidence. Move on. That's how to set up a police force in very small states with limited resources. But that will not work in Lagos State. Going by what I also said yesterday, I dare say something.
One more minute. Wrap up.
I dare say something yesterday that we don't want non-Igbo people, non-Yoruba people in police force. Are you going to go and bring somebody from SRK? Come as a police in Yoshudi. He might not know what he's doing. About Yoruba, so many people only get, and that will just create room for the law. You want to advance. You want to come and Lagos State. Advanced state. I only give nomenclature for Lagos State.
Cosmopolitan.
It's not even cosmopolitan. As in some
mega
city.
Mega
city.
You
need people that know what they are doing. Just not the one of the male people that just come from anywhere to come and say, police officers. I mean, if you give them that standing, when they go to meet people, they think one leg, and they need to tell them the truth, and they need to investigate properly. We need far more bodies in Lagos State than anywhere else. That's why to say it. And everybody else can do what I said. Attach their officers, their investigators to the Ministry of Justice to carry out investigations before they set up a proper police force. Right. So that's that. Right.
Thank you very much, Concilium. Fantastic submission and brilliant suggestions as well. All right. Before we go on, I'll just quickly answer a particular thing that Concilium raised, which has to do with folks in North Central. Recently, and this was about a couple of weeks ago, kings from Okun land, Okun is in Kogi State, they traveled to Ile-Ife to meet with the Oni, and the representative had this to say. I'd like to take a listen to it because, again, they are not from the Southwest, but they are Yoruba people, regardless of geopolitical reality. But they also have a yearning, right, for, reconnection with their kith and kin, and that much was part of what this king said in his speech. Please take a listen to the Oba.
On behalf of Okun Traditional Council of Obas, I tún sọ fún yín pé oath of allegiance is absolutely and totally for you by the special grace of God. Àdèrè ṣe ká mọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ sọ. One or two things tó sì ń jẹ wá níyà. Òun ni pé Yorùbá ò mọ nǹkan tí wọ́n ní ilẹ̀ Okun. We are sitting on top of crude oil. What we have in open land is enough to liberate the entire Nigeria. Wà á bẹ̀ lágbára Ọlọ́run, it's not kì í ṣe pé bóyá fi ṣẹnu kọ́. Nǹkan tá a ní ń bẹ̀ is enough for any nation to be a greater nation. Now the British imperialists divided us without consulting us. Where we belong today, we were never consulted. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe lè bá wa ṣe ká padà wá sílé. That is a cardinal point of our demands. Ní ìlú tí mo ti wá ní Èjùkù, ọ̀pá àṣẹ adé pẹ̀lú ìta, wọ́n pè ní ìta láti ilé àòfin ìlú mi ló wà. Tẹ́ bá débẹ̀ kò sí nǹkan tẹ́ sọ tí ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. It's there now. So bẹ́ẹ̀ bá ṣe lè ṣe kẹ́lẹ̀ kó wa kúrò lóko ẹrú. Yorùbá apá kejì, Yorùbá apá kẹta, àfẹ́ gbọ́nú. May you live long, your imperial majesty. Ọ̀rọ̀ mi ò ní pọ̀ nípa ìlọ lágbára náà lẹ́nu mọ̀lẹ́ ẹ̀ pẹ̀lú olórí. Thank you and thank you most sincerely.
Kábíyèsí o, ìgbóhùnà ni mí, ṣùgbọ́n Ifẹ̀ ni mí. Wọ́n ní mí sá. Ẹ mọ̀ mí dáadáa. Mi ò tún lè gbà tí wọ́n introduce. Mi tó bá lọ mọ́ introduce ara mi ju pé kéde ó ṣàdúrà pé ẹ ó pè láyé. Bí tí àrọ́bá ọba ti sọ pé àwọn bàbá wa Ọ̀ọ̀ni Ọ̀jájá kejì wọ́n sì jẹ́ oríwúrí fún.
You know, the second king said something that's very powerful. He said, Igbona ni mí, ṣùgbọ́n Ifẹ̀ ni mí. Igbona is short for Igbomina. You have Igbomina people in Osun State and also in Kwara State. And I think it's also important to mention that Ilorin is not Kwara State. I mean, we say it every time, but it's important to say it again. Ilorin is not Kwara State. It's a very prominent part of Kwara State. It is the capital of Kwara State, but it's not the only town or city in Kwara State. There are many Yoruba cities in Kwara State. No, that was not Oni. That was another person talking to the Oni, saying that Igbona ni wọ́n ṣùgbọ́n Ifẹ̀ làwọn náà, because we see Ife as Orirun, and the representative of the Council of Obas, right, in Okunland was the first person who spoke. They also have that yearning. The reason this is happening is because of Nigeria. Nigeria Lufagbukini. But there is something, I've said it before. I said it a long time ago, and I said I will still say it again, but maybe in another way. Laredo, you are from Igbomina? Really? Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Are you Agbamu? There are many Yoruba towns. I mean, Kwara State is literally mostly Yoruba, you know. Out of 16 local governments, 12 are in Yoruba land. All right, so we have to also be careful not to think that what is happening in Ilorin is synonymous with what is happening across Kwara State. There are kings from Kwara State. Most of them, you know, their fealty is towards, you know, their Yoruba ancestry. All right, and you have the Okun people also who are in Kogi State. So all of this to say that the same way we also talk about it. In fact, they want it more than we do. And we also have to educate our own people that Yoruba is not synonymous only with Southwest. Southwest is a geopolitical zone. It's not an ethnicity. Our ethnicity goes beyond Southwest, all right? You have people in Kogi State, in Kwara State, even in those states, in Delta State. Yoruba people in those places. Okay, there are Yoruba people outside Nigeria as well, in Benin Republic, in Togo, in Ghana, in Gambia, in Sierra Leone, and then of course outside Africa. So it's important for us to also remind ourselves, of these things. A lot of Igbo people are speaking in the comment section now. Welcome, Igbo people. All right, but I just wanted to play that just to tell you that, they also are not saying, oh, we are northerners. I mean, geopolitical reality, they are northerners. But ethnicity, they are Yoruba, as far as ethnicity is concerned. All the way, and by the way, that doesn't, thank you very much for writing that in the comment section, Toka, all the way to Jeba. Yoruba land, Degwe Jeba. All right, Oba Jeba is Yoruba. And I think I played a video of a representative of the Kabesi when they were also talking about how they are not going to bow to whatever it is that some people are saying. I'll play something from an imam, and was talking about Oba Jeba. Jeba is in Kwara State, right? It's like the northernmost part of Yoruba land. And this is what they said about Oba Jeba and the fact that they have been denying him his entitlement for 20 years for one reason and one reason only. The person speaking, by the way, is a Muslim. But I want you to take a listen to what he has to say. Egboro Imami.
Èmi Chief Imam Yoruba from Ilorin. Ẹni tó bá jẹ́ Chief Imam Yoruba ní Ilorin, òun náà ni Chief Imam Yoruba General nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Torí Ilorin ni ẹ̀sìn ti wá. Àsìkò tẹ́ ẹ ká máa kí jímọ̀ fáwọn èèyàn ní. Mo wá dúró láti fẹ́ kí n gbọ́ ohun tí a bá bá bọ̀. Àkọ́kọ́ nú ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tẹ́ ẹsẹ̀ wá. Kwara àti Kogi kò sínú àjẹ́ndà yín. Ó dùn mí púpọ̀. Aago 10 mo ti débí. Mi ò tún wá kí jímọ̀ nítorí tiyín. So tí mo wá délé tí mo wá fi ìwé hàn wọ́n wà ní Kwara àti Kogi kò sí ń bẹ̀. Local government sì ń bẹ ní Kwara State 16, Yorùbá ní 12. So àwọn táwa jẹ́ Yorùbá táwa wà ní Kwara. Recognize wa pé Yorùbá ni wá, recognize wa pé ìran Oòduà ni wá. Kwara sì ni problem ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ìgbà tá ti pa Àfọ̀njá tí kálukú ti dákẹ́ pé kò sí tọ́ka àwọn mọ́ wípé Àfọ̀njá ẹ máa bá àwọn yí pẹ̀lú ilẹ̀ north, ibẹ̀ ni problem ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ibẹ̀ làwọn Fúlàní ti ń wọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lẹ́yọ kọ̀ọ̀kan tóbi di pé wọ́n ń káàkiri gbogbo ìletò. Tẹ bá fẹ́ paná ogun àbí ká padà sí Ìlọrin. Ká lé Emir Ìlọrin Fúlàní ká lè padà sí Sókótó. Ká ní báńdìrì wa ní Jẹ́bà sí Ìlọrin 170 kìlómítà ní sí Ìlọrin. Wá àtẹnìkan wá láti Sókótó tí ó máa kílèmù sí Ìlọrin pé òun lòún nílẹ̀. Ìkẹtẹ ká mójútó kò sí pọ́blẹ́mù rẹ̀ níbí lọ títí. Ìlọrin ni pọ́blẹ́mù ti bẹ̀ ibẹ̀ làwọn Fúlàní wà. Ibẹ̀ lẹ́yìn ká fèsì ká jagun bẹ̀ ká gbàgbára bẹ̀ ká bá gbàgbára bẹ̀ á wà sọ̀sídì. Ẹ̀sìn tá fi rú wa lójú òun lẹ̀ mọ̀. Nínú Ìsìlámù wọ́n da gbogbo sísítẹ̀mù wa rú. Gbogbo ọmọ Yorùbá tẹ́lẹ̀ à ń jẹ́ Adéwùmí, Adélájà, Adébọ̀wálé, Ọmọbọ̀wálé, Bùkọ́lá, ókọ tá à ń jẹ́ nù. Wọ́n dẹ̀ dé wọ́n ní ká máa jókòó Muslim. Wọ́n ní kí ló kọ Muslim tí wọ́n mọ̀ jẹ́, wọ́n ní kí wọ́n mọ̀ jẹ́ Muftau. Ilé rẹ̀ wá dùn yóò ní Muftau lánìhun. Ẹni tẹ́lẹ̀ rò pé. Ìwọ ńkọ́ ìwọ tó jóbìnrin kí ló kọ rẹ? Àǹtí Ajára lèmi o, Ajára. Ìgbà tí mo wá darí Saudi Arabia dé, mo lo ọdún 9 láti mọ ìmọ̀ èdè Arab, láti lè kọ́, láti lè kà. Tí lábáwá àbájọ fèsì ara wa, ìwé ni wọn. باستقلال بباس إلى سرة من آيات الله في كون ومسك بين يمن جل في قائد من المسام لكل ما يتلاوى دلاله فكل فتنة التفكير أن يتفكر ساتيات عليك الكون ولله الذي الرجل من ناس بيوربا ودرست في قبال يوربا ونسيت من سرور بيوربا فتبارك الله أحسن يوربا أنت أجارات سوما تموكوري أولو ما أوكوتا لونجي واسي نكاما جبه ìwọ kọ́ ó ní mufutawu ló ń jẹ kí ni tó máa mufutawu léde lábá nígbà tí ó mọ̀ kọ́kọ́rọ́ tàbí sílẹ̀kùn inú rẹ̀ sì ń dún. so àwọn Fúlàní ti wọ̀ ọ̀dọ̀ wa wọ́n change gbogbo wọ́n rí pé a ní nǹkan tó dáa nínú ẹ̀sìn wọ́n gbà lọ́wọ́ wa wọ́n ní ká máa jó ọkọ̀ mùsùlùmù sọ́kọ̀ mùsùlùmù náà tẹ́ jẹ nínú náà lẹ́ ń jẹ́ wòsílà inú jẹ́ tiẹ̀ dò àti wòsílà yóò wá fẹ́ yí àgà táwọn nẹ́pà fi ń go àgà sọ. ìwọ ńkọ́ ààrẹ èkó mísírà rúlà tá a fi ń wa fún ẹ là èlò ń jẹ. so gbogbo kínní about 200 and something ní ó kọ tí mo condemn nínú Islam tẹ́lá wọn jẹ because wọ́n mọ̀ pé ó kọ tẹ́ ń jẹ yẹn ó kọ yẹn dáa tá a máa pè ní Adéwùmí òun náà làwọn lábáwá ń jẹ ní Saudi Arabia torí pé ìtọ́pa wá pọ̀ pẹ̀lú Saudi nǹkan méjì náà ni King Saudi Arabia ọba aládé wọn pè wọn sọ pé emir of Saudi wọn sọ pé sultan of Saudi ibo wọn náà ti wá wà ní Kùránì kéèyàn máa jẹ emir sọlọ náà lọ sọ ní Kùránì pé ẹ máa jẹ emir ẹ máa jẹ sultan níbo ló ti wà ní Kùránì irọ́ tán pa fún yín nu wọn wà wé láwà níbi àwọn tí mọ́tò gbá láwà níbàyìí because kí ni ìtumọ̀ láwà ní question láwà ní èdè lábáwá ní kí ni ìtumọ̀ rẹ̀ ó ní alẹ́ àmọ́ ìmù láwà ní tábàdàkọ àmọ́ ìmù wà ní láwà ní òun náà pè ní.
All right, you get the point. There's a reason I was emphasizing that he's a Muslim, he's a chief imam. So, and that's why I said we have to be very careful how we talk about Muslims as well, because he's a Muslim. 1 second, if you're on TikTok, please power tap. We're having some issues here. Thank you very much for your support on TikTok, but please don't stop. We're having like some real stuff. You know how you have to drag a puzzle. Peace. Okay, it's good now, but please don't stop us tapping. So essentially what they're saying is, I mean, he also mentioned that, you know, there are 16 local governments in Kwara State, 12 in Yoruba land. Now we shouldn't just act like they're not there when we're doing things that have to do with Yoruba people. And he's a Muslim, and he's saying that, listen, we've got to be very careful how we conflate religion and culture. All right, and I've said it several times. I was in a place, somebody said you cannot separate the two. I'm like, what do you mean you can't separate the two? You can't. People have been separating the two for millennia. What do you mean you can't separate the two? What he's saying here is a Muslim, but his cultural outlook is Yoruba. He's not going to jettison Adewumi and Yoruba names and begin to use names from places that he doesn't even understand, where people don't even know the meaning of the names they're giving themselves. And the thing is this, and if you code this thing, our problems will be a lot easier to manage, especially when it comes to this Fulani matter. Fulani, when they go to Hausa land, that's the jihad of Osman Danfodio. He met Muslims there. They said they were bringing a purer version of Islam, which is why I'm very careful of people who have this Puritan mindset about religion or culture. Yes, 1804. Thank you, Lamide. All this Puritan mindset about religion and culture. I wrote an article on Puritanism and how the best place to have Puritans is in the minority. Once they become majority, if you come up with this Puritan idea of religion and Islam, and that they should, you know, that whatever they had in Hausa space then was not good enough, something like that. I'm just, of course, paraphrasing. Eventually, they conquered and did all the jihad thing. Well, here's the thing: by the time they were done, when it came to appointing people that mattered, it was ethnicity first. So you understand the fact that this whole thing was more ethnic than religion. Religion was just a tool, and that's also why it's very difficult for the Hausa to extricate themselves from the hold of the Fulani till today. It's been about over 200 years. And it's going to be very, very difficult because they're in the religion, not because they are doing the religion, but because religion has been weaponized to the point where without separating their culture from their religion, which is what you see with this Imam. He has been able to separate, he knows the difference between his faith and his ethnicity. So he can be Muslim and still speak for Yoruba people. And that's why I say we have a lot of Yoruba people like that who are Muslims. We have extremists, but we also have people like this who can speak truth to power and also help. It's easier for him, I'll say this, it will be easier for this Imam to reach Yoruba Muslims who are going overboard than, for the most part, than for me. Because he will know certain things to say to them. That's why we must also find a way or make sure that we are projecting people like this. So that doesn't look like every Yoruba Muslim is, extreme. Having said that, so what we were saying essentially is that, these people may be from the north, but they're also Yoruba people, and we should not and I saw an article about Oba Jeba that's actually quite painful, that because of the politics of Kwara State, the Oba Jeba, that's Oba Kadir Adebara of Jeba, from the Kwara State government since 2003. And according to this report I'm looking at right now, it said the reason is because there's another video I'm going to play. I don't know. We're not supposed to talk about Jeba today, but we are here, so might as well just, have that conversation. This report says that his crime was refusing to pay homage to a Fulani emir in Ilorin and insisting that he is a Yoruba Oba, not an emir. Right? And since then, they've not paid the salary till 2025. That is not fair. And, these are things that we should also know, so that we're not just assuming that everything begins and ends in the Southwest. Yoruba land is bigger than Southwest, although, this is what Nigeria has given to us. But there's another interview I want to play. It might be a bit long. It is a bit long, but it's important, okay? So please take a listen to this clip. It's an interview where the representative, the secretary of the Oba Jeba, his name is Omoba Ibrahim Adebara, he explains everything about Jeba, and I think we should use the opportunity to also understand, Jeba. Someone says the North does not mean Fulani. No, there are hundreds of ethnicities in the North, or tribes, ethnicities and tribes, there are subgroups. There are hundreds of them in the North. Fulani is not the North. Fulani is controlling the Hausa states, Hausa land for the most part, but it's not like the entire North. Anyway, this is Omoba Ibrahim Adebara, who is the secretary to the Oba of Jeba, and I think this interview will help us understand this conversation a bit better. Take a listen, please.
Àwọn challenges wo lẹ wá wò pé ìlú Jeba yẹn tó ń face ṣe wò pé ìjọba lè dá sí tàbí aráàlú kó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ insecurity àbí àwọn àgbẹ̀ ìlú Jeba?
Well, máa kọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ààbò. Torí Jeba jẹ́ ìlú kan tó gbajúmọ̀ tó sì gbayì. Tí eléèbó ń pè pé famous, tó wà famous. Irú bí mo ṣe lè fi Jeba wé ní ìjọ́un, òun ni Ìgbọ́kọ̀dá ti tòní ní abẹ́ Òkìtìpupa ní ilẹ̀ Ondo State. Torí pé mo ṣiṣẹ́ lókìtìpupa ní Ìgbọ́kọ̀dá ní Olùwà Glass Company, ló jẹ́ kí n mọ ọ̀rọ̀ ìtàn tèmi náà dé bá nílẹ̀ bí ọ̀rọ̀ Jeba ṣe rí. Torí omi ńlá wà ní area abẹ yẹn, in fact tí vessel tó ń kọjá lórí ẹ̀ and àti oil league area. Jeba yìí bó ṣe jẹ́ bí Ìgbọ́kọ̀dá ṣe jẹ́ lónìí náà Jeba jẹ́ lánàá, tó ṣe pé different tribes cut across Nigeria wọ́n máa wá ń trade níbẹ̀ tó ń ṣe exchange. Torí nígbà tí ojú dúdú tí ó tí sí ìjọba òyìnbó lọ títí, àtìgbà tí ìjọba amúnisìn náà dé, à ń pe kíní kan tó ń pè ní cowries, owó ẹyọ, àtàwọn tó ń sin ẹtù tú omi Ọya yẹn làwọn tó ń wà tó ń kó ẹtù awó wá láti ilẹ̀ Kẹ́bì ní Yàwúrì, wọn kò wá sí Jeba. Àwọn tó bá wá láti ìsàlẹ̀ báyìí wọ́n á kó epo pupa wá láti ilẹ̀ Yíbò. Àwọn tó wá láti Ilé Ifẹ̀ ní ilẹ̀ Oǹdó ni wọ́n á kó obì wá sí ibẹ̀, wọ́n á fi exchange, trade and barter. Àwọn gíláàsì tá à ń wò pé ní mirror, ẹlòmíì á fi gba aṣọ
ẹlòmíì á fi gba nǹkan mìíràn so bí ọjà bíjẹba ṣe rí nígbà yẹn nìyẹn ní oríṣiríṣi tí mo wá sọ yìí pé that place is a strategic location because it serves as a boundary between the Yoruba land and ẹ̀yà Hausa.
So Jeba gangan báyìí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni.
Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni, and it serves as also a border between Kwara State and another state which is our neighboring state tí à ń pè ní Niger State. Ìlú yẹn dẹ̀ wá ní bí àǹfààní omi ṣe wà bó ṣe jẹ́ pé ńgbà tí àsìkò dáàmù dé tí wọ́n dáàmù omi yẹn ńgbà tí omi tó ń bọ̀ láti Kánjí wọ́n padà tún dáàmù ẹ̀ ní Jẹ̀bà. If not passage omi tí ọkọ̀ ojú omi ńlá lè gbà ní kọjá tẹ́lẹ̀ but ìgbà tó ti dáàmù ẹ̀ ó ní restricted area.
All right, so the video is pretty long. We can't take everything. I'm just trying to also use the platform to talk about places outside the Southwest that are part of our Yoruba land. And one of those places, of course, is Jeba. And just to be very briefly, let me say, read here. This is from Yoruba Times. Jeba is made up of 33 villages, and beneath their feet lies mineral resources that could transform the entire region. But it says, despite all this wealth, the 33 communities, vast lands, rich minerals, the stories of Jeba have remained locked away. And so essentially they have their story to tell, and we should also pay attention to them, right? Everything does not begin and end here. All right. Someone says Oluwa Glass is one of Diodua investment companies. Yes. Yes, thank you very much for highlighting that. Now let's get on with today's topic. So all of this was just to respond to something important that Concilium mentioned, and I hope that helped the conversation. Now let's move on to let's have some things about MKO before we go to the other topic, and then I'll bring people up. Again, it's June 12th. Happy Democracy Day. In case you're just joining us, thank you very much for being here. If you're joining us for the first time, we do have these sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So we've been having this since 4, and we're having a great time. But we still have a lot more to cover before we go today. So, it's June 12th, and Tomak Puri, Kinikomak Puri, Kintofise, what's about your way, boy, yavi. Tọ́wájà porí akọ náà fi dà lálẹ́ gàràgà. Kí ni kan máa porí ìkòkò tán fi ṣe? Ṣé ìkòkò ni? Ẹ̀yin àgbàtọ́ ẹ mọ òwe ẹ̀jẹ̀ pa fún mi, màá lè tún sọ bó ṣe yẹ kí n sọ. Tọ́ bá porí ajá, God bless you, Ṣọ̀nà Bánkwa. Tọ́ bá porí ajá, wọ́n á porí ìkòkò tán fi ṣe. That's what I was looking for. All of that to say this. Tọ́ bá porí June 12th, I gbọ́dọ̀ pe orí Mọ̀ṣúdì. Kashimawo Olawale Abiola. It's important to talk about him because he's the one, his sacrifice, his mandate, all that is the reason we're able to celebrate June 12th, and he paid the ultimate price eventually. I'd like us to take a listen to some of the things that he said while he was alive, and this of course just helps us remember him. But I think what I would like to start with, I hope I can find it, is I'll find it. I promise I'm going to find it. The jingle that he used in 1993. I don't know if you remember. I'm sure a lot of people here would remember. Oh, thank you. Aja ni koko, not dog and pot. Okay, I'm pori aja pori koko. Oh, thank you. Eshe, Koti, good to see you. Okay, ikoko, not ikoko. Yoruba is just an interesting language. But thank you very much for that correction. All right, let's take a listen to some things from MKO. But I want to start with something that I think a lot of us may probably be familiar with. And this would be the jingle that was used at the time. I can't believe I actually saved it, but more remotely, Awario Benin Wan Koshu. Into Batifelo in Yashao. All right, I found it. Take a listen.
every June 12th.
No, not every June 12th. I'm looking for on the march again. Shaking my cough for you. Motiri.
Now why for this life, oh, now so palava. I tire for this problem, I tire for life, oh. Guinea, no work, no food, no house, no life. More water than they bring, now so dirty, they pull am. This more money I they get, now social transport they chop am. School low, now headache, hospital no work, I tire for life, oh. My brother, waiting you they think, oh. My sister, help don't come. SDP, MKO, Kingibe, action. MKO, Kingibe, SDP, progress. Abiola na the hope, SDP na the party to solve our problem and better our life. Oh, MKO, 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 action. Abiola, progress. Now him be the hope for better tomorrow.
So that jingle is, I don't know why I'm smiling. It just, it just brings memories when you hear that. There's another one I want you to listen. This one is the Denied Hope. Oh, okay, no, that's going. Another one where I know to Toria Akoko wa ni Papa Mora. All right, I want to play you some of his speeches, just short clips, just so we also use this to remember him and his sacrifice. Take a listen to some of the clips. Let's start with this one.
The time is right, and it all depends on a lot of things. I haven't been taking part in this political process since in 1987. You need to know the people you are working with, and you need to know that a tree does not make a forest. Like I said, nobody claps with only one hand. It has to be both. It has to be so many hands.
But there's this general acceptance.
Yeah, there is the attitude of our people that it's about time we had a leader from this part of the country too. That is part of the thing too. But I agree with that. But I don't know. See, I'm thinking about it.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
No, I've ventured a lot. You see, a situation where I will have to go through primaries and so on when I haven't really made any preparation. That there are 7,000 wards in this country. 7,000 words.
You have made preparations. You have.
You think I have?
Yes, I think you have. You don't have to go out there. That's true. You have.
The name is already there. Anyway, we
wish you luck, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I will be able to let you know about the 3rd or so of March. Okay. All the reports will have come in then. Oh, I don't do things without examining them.
At this point, he hadn't declared his intention to run. And so a lot of people were saying, no, you can run, you will win, and things like that. That's why you heard that. This was long before the elections. All right. But a lot of people believed he could win and that he had a chance. But of course, the elections came and he won. And then what happened. There's some other things I'd like you to quickly listen to. Someone said, so they were hyping him. Yes, now, I mean, it was larger than life. It was a big philanthropist. He was very well known and very popular. So I think that makes sense. Someone says here that he voted Olale Kwawe. You voted for MKO. I mean, I know the song, but could not vote because I was not 18 in 1993. So you voted. Okay. Respect. Right. To vote in 93, you must have been born in 1975. I wasn't born in 75. But Damoshi Abbas also says they voted for go and be ọdún àwọn àgbàlagbà tó tún dàgbà náà àwọn 70, 80 wà ọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀yin náà ẹ gbìyànjú. Someone says it was the Dangote of back then. It was Dangote is not flamboyant, shao. He had money. Yes, Dangote has money, but MKO had Igara. I don't know how to put it. You know, he had this presence. It was in people's faces, and probably because also he had a newspaper. He had Concord. Maybe that helped. but it was out there. So people are saying that was my first time. That was good. Yes, he has gravitas. Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. All right. Let's play a few more clips from MKO Abiola. Oh, I'm going to play this one last. That one has to do with his wife. On board. So this is the full version of the clip I played earlier, where he was talking about the piece of a graveyard. And this was after the election had been annulled. Take a listen, please.
Off and on until the military released the result of the June 12 election and put the democratically elected president, who is myself, in charge of affairs. I won't go to war. I won't encourage my supporters to go to war. I will fight for peace, and I will get peace. But you see, we do not want the peace of a graveyard, a peace whereby somebody continues to ride on the rest of us with a gun. We will get peace, but we'll get peace with decency and integrity and honesty and probity and democracy.
Abiola was eventually arrested from his home in Lagos by men from the secret police in June 1994. During his arrest, he made this call to the BBC.
What is happening at your house? Are you being arrested?
I'm being arrested. I'm just going out now with the police.
Hello?
There's a large crowd here, and I was being escorted out to detention by singing the national anthem.
Why are they arresting you?
They are arresting me on an allegation of felony, namely treason or something like that. They're not doing anything, they're just taking me away. Please let me go. You know, I'm delaying them.
And so where are you now? Are you in your car?
I'm in my car now.
Is it police who are with you in your car, or are they escorted?
Yes, the commissioner of police is in the car with me, and my senior wife is in the car with me.
Why are they letting you talk on the phone to the BBC while they're in the middle of arresting you?
They have come to arrest me, not to arrest my mouth.
You sound very cheerful about it, Chief Abiola.
Of course. You know, it is all part of democracy here.
And you're happy to go to the police and await whatever charges they're going to file against you?
I'm not in any way disturbed by it. Any sacrifice is in order. If it will bring democracy, peace and prosperity to Nigeria.
Is it possible to talk to the Commissioner of Police who's with you in the car?
I don't know if the Commissioner of Police is authorized to talk. He cannot talk to the press.
What is your advice now to your supporters, many of whom we heard a moment ago?
Well, I told them before I left home to just stay calm. It is very, very important that they stay calm.
So you're appealing for calm. You don't want them to take any direct action in your support?
No.
You still say you're the president of Nigeria, but it's not much good if you're going to be in jail.
Well, Mandela was in jail for 27 years. Kenyatta was in jail. I suppose that is one of the qualifications you need in this part of the world. Don't worry yourself, my friend.
That was the last time he was a free man. From then on, different things happened, and then he never came back home. Also shows the pain. I mean, it's heartbreaking. I mean, of course, it's laughing and it's in high spirits, but the fact that that was the last time he experience freedom also says a lot. And in that speech, he mentioned his wife, his senior wife at the time, of course. Simbiat had passed on, so Kudirat was the one who was the senior wife at the time. And 1 second, I'd like to play you something on that. Mambo. So there are a number of clips around, so I'm trying to. Okay, good. So let's listen to something about Kudirat, and then we'll come back to MKO in a bit, because he also paid the ultimate price when they were attacked in Oregon. I think was it Oregon? In Ikeja. It was in Ikeja. All right. Please take a listen to this.
Chief Abiola's arrest, Kudirat courageously called for her husband's release, despite constant and vindictive harassment of her family and supporters by the military government's agents. Kudirat Abiola granted interviews on several occasions to the foreign and Nigerian press, in which she called for her husband's release. She was later arrested by the Abacha's government on trumped-up charges of making false statements, but the Lagos State High Court acquitted her of those charges. Despite the harassment and intimidation, Kudirat persisted in her outspoken campaign on behalf of her husband. Her participation in the democracy movement inspired new levels of activism in Nigeria. In 1994, she was actively involved in moving and sustaining the oil workers' 12-week strike against the military. On June 4, 1996, a few days to the anniversary of the June 12 commemorative date of the elections, Kudirat, a persistent and courageous critic, was brutally assassinated. She and her driver were shot at a close range by unknown assailants near her home in Ikeja, Lagos State. Kudirat Abiola died later in the hospital. The driver was seriously wounded.
They also came from people. They came from people like Alfred Rwani, Kudirat Abiola. You know, it's. You think about all the blood. You know, when Jonathan Zah was saying all the blood we are sharing, all the blood that has been shed in this country, we honor. I'll play a few more clips from MKO because again it's June 12th. But before I do that, I want to play you a clip. Someone said Sergeant Rogers. Yes, Sergeant Rogers, if you watch, maybe I'll play it for you later. Oputa panel, Rogers was actually there to talk about how they carried out the assassination. It was a terrible thing. I didn't want to go that route, but I mean, might as well just play it. But before I do that, let me play you something from something that, you know, I mean, a clip where Babangida annulled the election, and then what MKO said after the annulment. All right, MKO's speech, which was, of course, defiant. His response was defiant. And I saw what Mimi Joseph wrote earlier, where he said, but people call us cowards. People that call you cowards are cowards. They're just projecting their reality. They've never, you can't count 10 people in Nigeria that have done, 10 people in Nigeria that have been involved in protest and agitation activism, and you will not see the first names you are going to mention will be Yoruba. Maybe the first 5. Okay. So the people that are calling you activists, they're calling you cowards, you will not see their family members there because they are the cowards. They're just projecting their reality. I have to quickly speak to what I saw in the comment section. So let's listen now to IBB's annulment and MKO's response. Take a listen, please.
The presidential election was generally seen to be free, fair, and peaceful. However, there was, in fact, a huge array of electoral practices virtually in all the states of the Federation before the actual voting began.
It is incredible. In view of all this, I find the conclusion unfortunate but inescapable that the federal military government is guilty of bad faith. Pure and simple. No one has accused me of any offense against any known electoral law or regulation. The people of this country went to polls on Saturday, June 12, 1993, and without let or hindrance chose me as their president. Didn't they?
looking at the bullet reading car of Chief Abramade Sonya. They wanted to kill him as well. Oh boy, this is a bit. Shall we thank God? We thank God. Dr. Badu says before actual voting began, I mean, the guy was just saying what he wanted to say in order to discredit the election, but it still remains the freest and fairest election. I think the only challenge, we're going to talk about it much later, the challenge to us is to be able to have something like that again. Anyway, the point here is, even when IBB annulled the election, MKO was defiant and, and speaking up for his mandate. But we mentioned Sergeant Rogers earlier. So let me play you something from Sergeant Rogers. The same Sergeant Rogers tried to kill Abramade Sonya, was also sent to kill Alexi Bru. And that's why when some clowns tell you that Abacha was a good president, I was like, because, I didn't vote in 93, but I was not a baby. Like, we were there when Abacha was. How do you, because, growing up, my dad would have Tell, Newswatch, Tribune, all kinds of newspapers. So you knew what was happening, right? So when you now wake up on Twitter, people say things like, Abacha was a, but even Peter Obi even alluded to it this year in one of his ridiculous tweets. Not even about beaming because I'm reading about people who died. It's just a shame. But yeah, let's take a listen to something from Sergeant Rogers, and this was at the Oputa panel. And here he confessed killing Kudirat Abiola. By the way, the Kudirat Abiola way in Oregon, that road, Kudirat Abiola, that was the work of the president at the time, the governor of Lagos State, but now President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Let's take a listen to Sergeant Rogers. Again, his real name is Barnabas M. Michela. I don't know, Sheila M. Sheila. I don't know how they pronounce the names together, but he's also known as Sergeant Rogers. Please take a listen to him. This was at Oputa panel. Take a listen, please.
One person that was killed. No, only one. The one that I went to is only one person that was killed. That was killed? Yes. That was the one in which you were involved? Yes. What about the other two? The other two, one is Alex Ibru, and the other one is Abraham Adesan. Thank you very much. Yes. So Mustafa would be lying if he said he never sent you on any assassination. Is that all right? You see, Mustafa is a human being. I met him at SIG. You see, I am not surprised that he refused to accept his responsibility, because what is there is it takes more than the spirit of a man for you to accept such a responsibility.
By the way, at this point, Rogers had become born again. And so he was just confessing everything. If you listen to everything, if you check Oputa panel clips, he said in the beginning he was a Christian, he had become born again. That's why I mentioned that it takes somebody whose spirit is renewed to be able to actually confess to those things. And that's why perhaps Mustafa was not, forthcoming with the truth. Let's continue listening.
From what I read about you, yes, sir. You are a regenerate believer. You are a born-again Christian. Presently, yes. Good for you. I made that remark because of your answer to my last question, that it takes more than the spirit of an ordinary man. Yes. Unfortunately, very few people have that kind of spirit. Now, you know, or you knew Rear Admiral Omote. He was a famous military man.
I don't know him. I only heard about it in the newspaper, in the Tell magazine, in which I was alleged to have.
One second, please.
Ma'am.
Permit me to call you that.
Yes.
You stated a while ago that during your tenure, you still belong to the strike force.
Yes.
Yes, while you were actively involved in its activities.
Yes.
You were involved in 3 assassinations.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, and that in one of that, the only one you personally handled, only one person died.
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell us who that person was.
Elijah Kudirat.
Thank you very much.
Though, excuse me, though I was told not to say it here, but I don't think
that's all right. I won't ask you any more questions. Thank you. So you are told to talk about it. That's all right. We'll respect your wishes.
No, I can talk about it if you want.
That's all right. Yes. Do you know one Lieutenant Ibrahim Oman, IS Oman?
Yes, I know him very well.
Okay, he was in what capacity?
He was the 2IC of Strike Force before. So
second in command?
Yes, second in command. But later on he had a problem during the 1997 coup, in which he was invited to the SIP. So at the SIP, he had a problem, they released him. So in the night, well, the story is, do you want me to tell you everything I know about him?
Yes, please, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. IS Umar is our second in command in the strike force. So he has been a very good officer, but while we are on course, he had a problem. He could not make up the training very well. So the commandant, there was a fight even among the strike force while we were in training school. Here, SSS training school. We have been trained by the Israelis. They came from Israel and were trained here on a special anti-terrorist course. So he could not make it very well. So the command.
I mean, it's a very terrible period in Nigeria's history, right? There's a part where he actually, I think, even gave details of how they killed Kudirat Abiola. Give me a second. So it's quite long.
That confidence will everything I know about him.
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. IS Umar is our second in command in the strike force. So he has been a very good officer, but while we are on course, he had a problem. He could not make up the training very well. So the commandant, there was a fight even among the strike force while we were in training school. Here, SSS training school. We have been trained by the Israelis. They came from Israel and were trained here on a special anti-terrorist course. So he could not make it very well. So
I'm going to fast forward it. I'm going to fast forward you to the point where it's talked about Kudirat Abiola, okay?
Igbo, Efik, different tribe. It is lie. People have been saying that it is only the northerners. It is lie. So when he mix up with people, and at times he does not want to take instruction from our Oga Ikilama. Ikilama is the OC strike force, so he's always like that. So alone, he's always moving alone, he's always trying to bring sentiments into the strike force, which is not so. So Ikilama now, if Ikilama gives him assignment.
Sergeant Traders.
Yes,
what sort of sentiments was he bringing?
The sentiment is, you see, the strike force comprises of Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Efik, different tribe. It is lie. People have been saying that it is only the northerners. It is lie. So when he was in the strike force, he tried to bring segregation between the men. So with all this small attitude around, he was being sidelined. That is the truth.
So he went on to talk about how they assassinated Kudirat. I mean, I mean, even the list we have heard, it makes me feel a certain way. But it is history. Someone says a lot of emotions right now in my head. And that's why when you hear that, you know, Abacha was a good president or good head of state, and you hear that even somebody like Peter Obi is saying that there was better freedom of speech and so on under Abacha than this president, you have an idea how ridiculous that kind of statement is. I'd like to play you a clip. Milton Raymond Sinsha was here just now. I was going to play you something from Kudirat Abiola, but for some reason I can't find it again, because she was outspoken, and she went all out for her husband's mandate and for Nigeria's democracy as well. Right? Give me a second, I'll find it for you in a bit. Found it. Please watch Kudirat Abiola. This was our last interview before she was assassinated by Abacha's men, that Peter Obi and the rest of these clowns say that it was a good man that had freedom of speech for everybody. This is Kudirat Abiola. Please take a listen.
Find this good.
What sorts of things do you think Britain, America could be doing?
One, we have been suggesting it. I don't know what kind of problem they think they may have by doing it. We have been suggesting it. First and foremost, they should embargo the oil. They should stop buying this crude oil. It is this crude oil. As long as they are still buying this crude oil, these people will drag us to the extent that we will now revolt to have another Bosnia in our hand. Because once they are still buying this oil and this money is still flowing, they don't care what happens to the ordinary Nigerians. They don't care, and they are so insensitive. You will not believe that they are Nigerians. When they are acting, you will think they are foreigners. Because I don't expect our so-called brothers, we are supposed to be brothers, to be treating us the way they are treating us. Very insensitive lot and very inconsiderate. First, they make sure that they embargo the oil. Second, they should freeze the accounts of these military rulers and their collaborators in politicians. They should freeze the account. Once the account is being freezed, maybe they will be forced to reason. They should freeze the account. All this money that they are keeping, hiding everywhere, it was stolen money, taken away from this country. They should freeze the account and make us leveler. Let us be the same. Maybe that again will help them to reason and respect the wish of the people. Oh, well, there cannot be democracy. How do you think there will be democracy? There cannot be democracy under this atmosphere. An election has been won on the June 12th, 1993. The winner of the election now is now being tried for treason. There's no way they can be. They are just deceiving themselves. instead of them to tell us that they have enjoyed this power so much, they have stolen our money so much that they want to keep ruling for as long as they live. And we will then take our fate, that maybe that is how God has destined us. But instead of them saying that, they will now go on to the air for empty propaganda and deceit that will lead this country nowhere than ruins.
So that was Kudrata, but a lot of people died in that struggle. There was Alex Ibru who was killed. Abraham Adesanya escaped the assassination attempt, including, that was on January 14, 1997. And the same Sergeant Rogers sprayed more than 60 bullets into his bulletproof Mercedes-Benz in front of Sura Market in Lagos Island. Of course, he went on to become a major force in Adeco and also in Afenifere. Lots of people died, and lots of people paid the ultimate price. I keep using sacrifice and price, but you get the point. Just to say that what we have right now did not come to us. Yes, Alfred Giovanni as well. It didn't come to us on a platter. People had to die for this. That's why when people are longing for something else, you're like, do you know what it took to get what you have? It's not perfect, but work on it to make it better. Don't go back to what you actually had to lose people for. But again, a lot of people don't appreciate it because they probably haven't, maybe they had no skin in the game, and they have no appreciation for those who actually, lost their lives in that struggle. But today is one of those days when we celebrate them and we thank God that they lived and that they did all that they did for the nation, for the country, and we can now, build on the foundations they have laid. That's that about June 12th. All right, I'm going to take a short break, very short break, and have one or two people speak, 2 minutes max, and then we'll now go to the third phase of today's session. So we'll have Fola, Rich, and Fems. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute, and then we'll call on you to speak. Please, 2 minutes max, so that we can get into the other thing, and then we'll call it a day. Mr. Fola, please go on.
Oh, good evening. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Ẹkáàbọ.
Yes, I wish you happy Democracy Day. I remember June 12, 93. I remember it vividly because I had an accident that day. I was knocked down by a vehicle. Yeah. Though it was, there was this excitement in the air. You understand, my parents were so happy. So they had sent me to go and buy pepper soup ingredients. What pepper soup? Because, it was option A for now. So everybody knew who had won in Lagos and all that. Now, there was some time ago, I think last year or 2 years ago, I was arguing with someone in my office. And it was like all of them supported Abiola. I said, you guys have never, ever supported us, and we always go all out to support you. And see, civility taman show maybe is based on our civilization, because Prof, I always see you many times when you hold back, when you don't want to say certain things. I guess it's the Yorubaness, and it's bashe developed to Kinjeka behave. Now he was saying that MKO won all over Nigeria. I said no. He won only in 2 states. One state of the East. You guys had 3 states at the time. He won only in 1 state. It was like this. Thank God, the internet on Nikporo. We now pulled it up. I now showed, I think he won only in Anambra. He lost in the rest. So what have we ever done that you've ever supported us? I said, you don't support us in anything, because I was trying to look for the root cause of the hatred, and I think I've said it on this platform before, for all of our greats. And I always tell Yoruba people that you need to see what these people are trying to do. They are trying to put you down to bring themselves up. But they do it all the time. For instance, this Abacha thing, I don't know if you have seen that post going around nowadays, that they'll say any insecurity that is more than 3 weeks, 3 months, the government is involved in it. one influencer to come up to debunk it that Abacha never said so. You guys stop spreading stupid news, because the thing is that this guy was horrible. You know, when all this time of day Toban saw kati oro Toban okay igbe Abacha kò sí insecurity ma ní pé gbe kò ń gbà yẹn ni esa the rate of armed robbery ṣe bí gba operation sweep bẹ̀rẹ̀ tẹ́ bá rántí operation gbálẹ̀ operation sweep. The rate of armed robbery and insecurity wọ́n kò ṣe é dé gbi pé wọ́n jíyàn gbé but àwọn armed robber yìí ń pààyàn, and it was a military government. For you to know how daring táwọn olè yẹn ṣe jẹ́, you know how daring you have to be for you to confront tó jẹ́ pé ìgbà yẹn firing squad dẹni by Babbage, but there was still insecurity and it was a military government. So what are you saying? Many of them will be hyping Abacha like me first sorúkọ ẹ̀ ipe this person Abacha's time there was better freedom of speech. So in Mori experience, and my father pointed it out to me. He was a road safety man that said something in the line of a road safety man. He said that okay. Okay, road safety man yẹn sọ pé boy road safety ṣe máa approach ẹ yàtọ̀ sí bọ́lọ́pàá ṣe máa approach ẹ lọ. Instead of people appreciating what he said, the next day the policemen busted and military men, they busted into road safety office and they arrested them all. So I now used to tell them that, do you think during the military era you can tweet anything? Shebi during Buhari's time they shut down Twitter. That all of us were going through fake VPN to go to Twitter. Do you think those people will not be ready to this freedom you enjoy, that one person can just come out and just say balderdash, or somebody can use AI to forge the voice of the president and say anything they like? Do you think do not be tamed? They will tame you in a reasonable way. And I used to say that the worst no military, no matter how benevolent the military man is, as far as it is a dictatorship, it is always never benevolent, especially in a multicultural country like Nigeria. Branch war because I was discussing this one with my wife this evening, and I was telling her that anytime I'm supporting, the Yoruba nation and the Yoruba cause, people used to say I'm tribalistic. But when you spoke about that Southeast, that guy of that Southeast Development Company, I really like that guy. That was when I knew that I'm not bigoted. I actually like people that have sense. In fact, Prof, all through today, I started looking for videos to look for somebody that defended him, and I found one. What's on ilé yẹn, owó yẹn, odindile ló fi gbà o. If I was show ilé yẹn tóbi. In pe room tí wọ́n refer sí yẹn, it was just a room. You understand? Because he was a young guy that had so much ideas. And I did not want this, because all those men talk pé yẹn kò sí judgment kankan nu wọn tí mo trust. Lójú tèmi, the way it looked when I watched it was that òǹgbẹ nǹkan gbẹ̀yìn wá. That was how it looked. I may be wrong, I may be very wrong, but that was how it looked. So when I saw the way, I was wishing that this guy did better. And I looked at it that I'm not bigoted. I just don't like stupid people. You understand? So all in all, we should all be glad that we are in this democratic era, and the president said something that should stand the test of time. Oko dabi word tiba papalo, jewel of inestimable value, when he described his wife. There are these words that these people speak out, or when Papa said and talked about the geographical expression. This one, when he said you can hate me, you can criticize me, but don't hate your country. And if there is any omoluabi to ba wa laarin wa, you should take that one home, because highest baba yi tolorun ba fún ní grace ló máa lo 20 more years láyé yìí. But púpọ̀ nínú wa lágbára Ọlọ́run máa fún wa ní grace láti kọjá, láti gbé jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ. So taba decide láti spew hatred, because me sọ ele fún àwọn tó kù, àwọn fraud, àwọn ọlọ́mọ wà látọkùnrin àwọn sí, mo ń sọ fún àwọn ọmọlúàbí that if they will push these things to you and you are encouraged, they are eating it up as though it is nothing. Once you begin to imbibe this kind of attitude, it makes you start hating the country. Once you hate the country, you hate yourself. And that is what they don't know. that you begin to.
All right, let's wrap up now.
Okay. Let me just end it here. Thank you very much.
No. Take 30 seconds.
Okay. So once you hate the country, you begin that despite the government in power, let us learn to love Nigeria and let's learn to love ourselves. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fola. That was a fantastic submission, and it's important for us to love the country. And I like what you highlighted in the president's speech. You can criticize him, you can do whatever you want to do, but do not hate Nigeria. And that's a very, very important thing to note. Now we go to the topic, the third phase, and then I'll bring a couple more people at the end of this particular phase. So, a number of people have sent this video, but I've also seen the video. I mean, there was a conference that was held in the Southeast. And it's important for me so that I can give you both sides. See, my moderator that has not been here in a long time. Good to see you, Empress. I want to give you both sides, right? There was one that was a bit more sensible, and there was one that was not sensible at all. You will make up your mind which one was sensible and which one was not sensible, okay? Let me begin with a clip from a priest. The Igbos at the conference, of course, not their conference, but there was something that somebody said I found very, very good or very nice, very instructive. I'd like you to take a listen to this. This is, I'll get you the father's name. He's a priest. He's quite popular on social media. All right. Take a listen to this, please. This is not even a message for us. It's a message for them. I'm just playing it so that by the time I'm beginning to speak about the other video, you understand where I'm coming from. Okay? Take a listen. No, it's not Mbaka. I think it's Uloma. It's not Mbaka. I'll find you the name. I'll get you the name. I think it's Father Loma or something like that. But it's quite popular on social media. He always, gets in conversations that have to do with Igbo people and Nigeria. All right. So please take a listen. You can make up your mind if this is a very good thing or not. Take a listen, please.
Truth. Don't pamper them with lies, falsehoods, and swag. We must tell our people the truth. Nothing is but the truth. Pepper them with the truth. Don't pamper them with lies, falsehoods, and swashbuckling tales of things that never were and may never ever be. And the first truth I need us to keep telling our people is historical truth. What is historical truth? Many Igbos think that we were forced suddenly to become part of Nigeria. This nostalgia we are having about a Biafra that seems to be the Garden of Eden, where things were 100% perfect before Nigeria happened, is illusion. There was never a time the Southeast was like Dubai before Nigeria happened and things started scattering. In fact, before Nigeria happened, there was no such thing like Anambra, Enugu, Imo. Anywhere there is opportunity, we want to be there. Let's stop creating the impression or listen to those who make it look like our being in other places was because all of a sudden Nigeria happened and they came and deported us to Babylon, to other places, and now we want to come back. That's not a historical truth. And if you read history, this thing we are talking about, marginalization, is accident of history. The trajectory before was that everywhere you go, when Nigeria was made, everywhere you go, Igbos dominated in education. education, in civil service, in military. That's why you have an Igbo man, Chukuma Kaduna Nzogu. He was in charge of what? Military in the north. Anybody who is giving you any fantastic idea of a Biafra that existed where job opportunity was 100/1, where there was a land flowing with milk and honey and all of that, you know, it's not true. There were historical things that happened. You could say they were beyond anybody's control. So it's not like the other part of Nigerians sat down, strategically planned to come and put us in a situation where we found ourselves. We are also part of the mistakes that got us to where we are. History does not lie. It's only those who narrate it and who interpret it that may lie. Igbos have benefited from Nigeria. Nigeria has benefited from Igbos. If you see it this way, then you remove every hatred, anger, bitterness, because you cannot heal when there is hatred, when there is anger, when there is bitterness. The Igbo man profits more when he mixes with a larger group of persons. That it is not against our nature, culture, history to be isolated, to be on our own. We mix with people of different culture. That is a historical fact. Any other thing that happened in history are what you may call circumstances beyond our.
All right. I mean, much of the things that they said, I can agree with. Some of those things, maybe not so much, but yeah, I was right. His name is Reverend Father John Chineye Oloma, or they call him Father Oloma. Most of what he said, I can agree with. And for me to agree with him, then you can understand why a lot of people have been cursing him out since he put out the video. Because of course he's not going by the victim narrative. He's telling them that, listen, you know, there's no Dorado in the past. As a matter of fact, there's nothing. Is a history. But he said Nigeria has gained from. So when he said that everywhere you went, Igbos were in education, I hope they know how they got into those spaces. I hope people know that it was actually nepotism. There's another video I'm going to respond to next week because of time. There are only two I want to talk about today. This first one, and I'll play the second one. And that second one might take me, you know, some time. The reason they dominated everywhere you went was because of nepotism. There was nothing special about, oh, they were no more educated than Yoruba people. It was nepotism at its worst. And if you want to understand, we've done videos here. I did a video called Achebe Meritocracy or Nepotism in Federal Civil Service. You find it on our YouTube channel, Busui Oris, right? We went deep, right, into how Igbos ensure that out of about 210 people working in Nigerian Railway Corporation, they had about 147. In Nigerian Ports Authority, they were 50%. Nigerian airports, they were about 50%. Out of the 29 senior staff in Yabatech, 21 were Igbo. You know, they ensured that the VC in UA was Igbo, the VC in UNILAG was Igbo. They dominated everywhere. It had nothing to do with meritocracy, like Achebe was saying in his book. It was nepotism at its worst. Right? And that's why whenever you hear people say things like, oh, marginalized, the marginalization is actually a way of saying that you're not allowing me to do what I used to do back in the day. Where they just dominated everywhere, particularly Federal Civil Service. And there's a video making the rounds about what Nigeria did to them after the war. I'll talk to that maybe next time we have our sessions here. But having played this one from Father Oloma, I will now play you another video by another person who is supposed to be one of their thinkers in Igbo land. Now, this one is the one I really want to talk to because he crossed boundary to discuss something that he has no right talking about, especially the way he did. When I say no right, you know, there's something, and I've said it several times, there are some things you can say that you have a constitutional right to say. But as you grow up as an individual and you become mature, you understand that legal rights sometimes will not get you into where basic common sense and emotional intelligence and cultural awareness, social awareness will get you into. And when we talk about having rights, we're talking about from the perspective of social awareness, cultural awareness, emotional intelligence. You should be able to think beyond talking like this, especially in other people's lands. And let me make it very clear, Nigeria is not a monolith that everybody can just move anyhow. We are not the same. And it's not a problem. We can have unity in diversity. That diversity has a meaning. Having said all of that, please take a listen to Dr. Sam Amadi, who was also a guest at the conference, and this is what he had to say. Some people call him professor. Okay, they say he's also professor. Okay, please take a listen. Why are professor? I'll be doctor.
It's an error. We shouldn't go there. The error of subservience. We shouldn't go there. You cannot tell Igbos that they should not vie for the biggest office in Lagos because they are not Yoruba people. That's an error. The idea of common citizenship is that we are all citizens of Nigeria. We can't be less citizen in Sokoto. And again, we must distinguish between cultural rights and legal rights. You say, it was Newi. I cannot go to Newi and want to sit on other council. But if I'm a Yoruba man and I buy a land and I have a business and I'm popular and the people say they want to elect a councillor, I have a right to veer. And the people have a right to choose me or not. So we must distinguish between the claim of cultural rights in a community and the claim of citizenship. Any Igbo man who goes to be struggling with Oba of Lagos over cultural rights is doing wrong. But an Igbo man who has built his business, who says, I want to represent Apapa, has a right. So let young Igbos not go out with this timorous spirit of saying we have to tiptoe to avoid backlash. That will end us second-class citizens forever. We should be wise, we should be respectful, we should be tolerant, we should be show discretion, but we must be assertive, we must be clear that we are part of Nigeria. It doesn't make sense to ask for integration and tell people not to feel belonging to where they want to integrate. We believe in one Nigeria. It's a Nigeria that's fair to all, a Nigeria that's open to all, a Nigeria where our children, my daughter, I feel bad that they feel she left school, made good grades, but she feels that here I can't get a job. My fellow Fulani classmates will get a job, but I won't get. That's the narrative we should change from our children. We tell them that you have a right to get a job to NNPC. The same way a Fulani or Yoruba or a job person has the same right. So I want to end on this note that it was wrong, it was evil to subject Southeast to the Monday sit at home. We lost human capital, we lost economic value, even our education. Maybe we should investigate whether outcomes in WAEC have been affected by that degradation. And it was senseless. It didn't amount to any strategy. It didn't lead to any victory over Nigeria.
You know, when you have conversations and you see young people on social media just say things, and you wonder if they're not properly raised, and I always ask this question here, like, who raised these people? These are the people that raised them. Do not tiptoe when you get to other people's lands, because you are all citizens. You can aspire for the highest office in Lagos. How come you cannot mention Kano? Why not Sokoto? Why not Kaduna? Are those places not Nigeria? They're not part of Nigeria. Why don't you get flex this nonsensical rights in the north? You see, I said it earlier, there are things you have. Listen, if you're going to have a conversation about political representation and your only argument is that you have a right, you have no business representing those people. I have a right, I have a right, I have a right. It's not about your, see, you don't even, he's mentioned integration. You are not even integrated. If we talk about, and I've said it before, it's a very simple example. If I talk about the fact that Lagos is dirty, just think about just that phrase, Lagos is dirty. Who celebrates that statement? Who feels bad about that statement? Forget all this Oyinbo of I have right and left. We'll talk about constitutionality later. If I say Lagos is dirty, who feels good and feels like they want to celebrate victory in their lives? And who feels bad about that statement? The truth of the matter is that if you feel, if your response is celebratory, you have no business thinking of representing Lagos. If it makes you feel like, is that Lagos, not the Kiniko is just dirty, there's no big deal about it, it tells us that you're not part of us. And if you then come and say, I want to represent you, we cannot even think, we cannot see you as a person who has enough sense to understand the fact that a people you cannot be part of, you cannot represent. June 12th, we're talking June 12th, right? When Oso Abiola happened, everybody remembered where they were from. Almost every person in Lagos moved back to the southeast. It was not war. Not war. It was just, they were afraid, like they didn't know what was going to happen, whether Yoruba people were going to go against the powers that be, and the military government were going to do something in Yoruba land. They all moved to the southeast. Why didn't you have enough rights to stay back then? You could exercise your choice. And the reason you did that is because you have no connection with the space. It's not about all this. You are not connected. You don't feel any connection. And listen, this is the most basic argument. We can go deep. But there's no connection with the space. There's no feeling for that place. You don't even wish anything about. If you hear that anybody is piling on Lagos right now, most of them are from the southeast. But if you see people fighting for rights in Lagos, most of them are from the southeast. How do you have passion for what doesn't belong to you like this? You don't have conversation about how to grow your land, how to make your place better. It's just this ambition. And the reason for that is because you think that your nomadic lifestyle grants you that essential privilege, so to speak, to be able to speak anyhow as I'm a citizen. If it's just about citizenship, and to be clear, everybody has citizenship. And let me even tell you this thing. You have a right to run. Just to be clear. As a Nigerian, you can run anywhere in this country. You may not arrive, shall. It's like running a race. You can be running, you just be running. You will never arrive because you will get the form, you can even run, you will never get there. And if your goal in life is to win, you have to understand what I'm trying to say. You can run in Kaduna. I just wonder why they can never mention Kaduna. They cannot mention Kano. Their right in Nigeria does not reach there. Like if you try it in the north, you'll be dealt with severely. You know. But if you're talking about rights, you have that right. You have constitutionally, you have rights. But there's no constitutional provision for you arriving at that destination. In other words, you will never win. And if your goal in life is to win, then you will listen. But if your goal in life is to be running, just keep running. You will run. Just be running. And this is what I'm trying to say. If you understand that you have not integrated with society, in the society, you have no relationship in terms of connection. You could have buildings in the land, doesn't really matter. There's no emotional connection with that space. You don't even care about the people. You authorize the hosts. You climb on this stupid pedestal to make yourself feel more important in a land that doesn't belong to you. You are crazy to think that you'll be running in that place and even get anything. Because people know that the only thing in your mind is I have a right, I have a right, I have a right. What right? Having a right is the least thing you should be thinking about if you want to really win anything. If you want to win, it's not about you. It's about the people. And for people that you authorize and you're not even going to be part of them, what makes you think they're going to think of even voting for you? It has nothing to do with tribalism. It's just basic common sense. You have these clowns who live in Lagos for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. I was having a conversation the other day and somebody came and said, Busu, I'm very disappointed in you. We had gone to school together. Very nice girl, good person, great Christian, not very sensible when it comes to historical conversations or cultural identity. He's telling me I'm very proud. I've lived in Lagos. I don't speak Yoruba. And then when I went to Ife, because we went to Ife together. When I went to Ife, they were speaking Yoruba around me. So I asked a question. You've lived in Lagos for more than 4 decades. You can't speak Yoruba. Whose fault is that? Imagine for a second that you want to become British Prime Minister. You can't speak English language. And I'll tell you, I'll show you the hypocrisy of what happens in Igbo land. Just give me some time. We're going to get there. Share last week, they had a jingle in Amuwo Dofi entirely in Igbo language. The same people who told you that Lagos is cosmopolitan, why are we speaking Yoruba? Why do we need the governor to speak Yoruba? Can he not just speak Yoruba? They were doing their own jingle, they used Igbo. Is there a problem with that? Yes. There's no connection with the land. In your head, you are still in your village. Your clannish mindset is just taking advantage of constitution. And your nomadic lifestyle, you think is what grants you, and what grants you the right to become the governor of a state. Think about it, for instance. We're in Nigeria now. Who appoints the king in towns and cities across Nigeria? Oh, you have the kingmakers. That's when all things are equal. Ceteris paribus. When all things are equal, you have the kingmakers. But who gives that person, whether it was appointed by kingmakers or politicians, who gives that person staff of office? The governor. I'm coming there. 1 second. If it's all about citizenship, why were these people bent on indigenous bill that was crushed earlier this year? Why were they bent on indigenous bill? You live in a place for 10 years, you become an indigent. The reason is because you are a nomad. In other words, you have moved out from where you are, or where you were born, where your people are from, and you left because of scarcity. No opportunities. And guess what? It's normal. Like, that's the reason for migration for the most part. People travel for economic reasons. You didn't go anywhere to develop anywhere. We're going to get to that one, Tasha. The point is you moved out to take advantage of things, right? So you stay here for 10 years, you become an indigent. I've never heard any sane human being say that kind of thing anywhere in the world, including the so-called Senate climb, America. You hear about the Native Americans and the reservations, although I don't want to go to reservation in Yoruba land. I'm not going to leave my land for people who are not even capable of conquering me. Maybe the Americans conquered Native America, the whites conquered Native Americans, Europeans. This ones will not conquer it. They just tell you that you want to have indigenous bill. What kind of rubbish is that? In Canada, there is the First Nations. They recognize the indigenous people of the land. But here, no, we have the same right because of constitution. Now, he's talking about cultural and political. He's giving that dichotomy so that you will think that, oh, at least he's giving something to the host. You're not the one to give me something. I'm the one who can give you if I desire to do so. And I'm not giving you anything. I'll tell you why. The governor, and we've noticed, the governors influence a lot of things that go on in these traditional spaces. And guess what? The governor can also remove a king. See how weird that would be. Just think about it for a second. Imagine this man, Amadi, is the governor of Sokoto State. Now removes the Sultan. Because we all have rights now. Don't we have rights? We have right though. We are on rights. You know, you have to be very dumb to think that right is actually something when it comes to people's cultural sensibilities. Nigeria is a collection of ancestral spaces. The people in those spaces will determine. It doesn't matter if you have rights. The last election, did the constitution say that you should not vote? You will vote. Constitution said you will vote, Abi. There was Oro in Lagos during election. Come and tell me where your right is beginning. Peter Drucker says, culture eats strategy for breakfast. I say it eats for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Before your strategy, you better understand the culture of the place. So the governor will just come and say, okay, this is what we're going to do right now. And Iboma will now come to Lagos State or to Osun State or your state and say, we want to determine how things run. Why are we like this? Because we understand. Listen, unless you are totally ignorant of the past, Do you know what? Read this book, Power and Privilege as an African University. What if I told you, and this is true, I don't want to open the book, but I'm giving you the source. Kennedy called a meeting after Iransi became head of state, a meeting of the VCs of all universities in Nigeria, and the idea was to become a super VC so that all of them will become one. Just like Iransi was trying to bring everybody together. People who don't have a history of complex politicking and statecraft will be the ones to determine how things run in your state. And you know the funny thing, let me see it at home. Like, show me an example. Tell me something you've done. And by the way, contrary to many Yoruba people, I don't believe in that kind of reciprocity. Like, come and give it to my people first, and then I'll give it to you. Never. Alone, like, if you do it for Yoruba people in Anambra, I'll not do it for Igbo. Never. Why? Because in the 1960s, Ojukwu came up with this bright idea. You'll find this in the book by E.A. Ayondele. It's called The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society. It was published in the 1970s. Ojukwu came with the bright idea and say, okay, you see, we want to do something very cool in the Eastern region. We'll give everybody scholarships and opportunities, regardless of your ethnicity. We don't care about tribes. We don't care about anything. You hear that as a Yoruba man, you're like, that's a good thing. As a Nigerian, oh, that's a very good thing. It's detribalized. Foul. What he was doing, and it's so. The funny thing about this this guy is that their strategy, their tactic and strategy is so. The tactics and strategies, they are so easy to unfold. I'll be sure unfolding it. I hope that's the right word. Anyway, this is the point. The question you should ask yourself is this: how many non-Igbos live in Igbo land, and how many Igbos live in non-Igbo territory? Unveil. Thank you, Igbo Jinojo. How many Igbos live in today? The governor of Anambra State said over 50% of his indigenes, of Anambra State indigenes, live outside their state. So think about it for a second. I have a few people living in your place. I mean, we travel. You have more people living in my place. You give my own people in your place, the few people there, you give them scholarship and say you are detribalized, which is a joke, because even if you don't write Yoruba there, if I say my name is Adebusui, you know I'm not Egu. And I could even be Egu, to be fair, maybe because of relationship. I definitely cannot be Igbo. So you know that I'm Yoruba. You will know. So if you want to disqualify me, you can easily do it. But let's even say you give it to me. So I have like 5 people working in your place. You have like 100 people working in my place. What would I reciprocate that kind of nonsense? By the way, that policy was discontinued because of lack of reciprocity. You know what? I'm going to read that thing just to make that point, because you say some of these things, it sounds like it can't happen. It can't, like some people say, it can't possible. I'll read that very quickly. Some of the, and I'm saying this because I heard some Yoruba people say things like, oh, let them do it in their land. If they give Yoruba people the Yoruba, they've not even given other Igbos opportunities like that in other Igbo states. You are looking for, you are Yoruba from over Niger, across the seas, you are looking for opportunity in another person's land. Better go and sit down somewhere. So I'm not even looking for reciprocity. I'm going to look for that thing for you. The book again is called The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by E.A. Ayondele. I have to find this in, and I'm going to find it. I didn't open the page because I didn't know I was going to read it, but we're going to get there. Where were we? Almost there. Almost there. I think I'm close. I think I am close. Don't worry. It will be worth the wait. I assure you. Oh, I found it. Listen to this. Oh, these are the people that want to go everywhere and go and the same. The sad thing is that the past is the present and it's also the future, and it's sad. You'd expect that you learn from the past, that the present is better than the past and that the future is better than the present, right? But in this case, every single narrative I found when I was studying in the 1930s, make no mistake, I'm not joking, from 1938, the narratives that Zik put out and other Igbo leaders in the 30s, in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, every single thing is still being repeated today. I have to be dumb to say to you, oh yeah, come and represent me, knowing that you are repeating the exact same rhetoric of the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. But if when you were building the identity of the people, the political identity in the 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s, once he grind kini one beings, like it has become part of them, you say it. Like what they're saying right now is not new. Let me read that one before we could. I think I'm going to many things. Good. The Easterners did their best to teach the rest of the country how to get above the sentiment of tribalism. Hence, in the early months of 1966, scholarships were thrown open to all Nigerians living in the region. Moreover, the government of Odumegwu Ojukwu expunged from all government forms the requirement of stating one tribal's origin in application for employment, scholarships, and so on. Sorry, in application for employment, scholarships, and so on, as if you are not already, dominating other people's spaces. Anyway, let's go on. In other words, the curse of tribalism had been removed from the region, and all Nigerians in the East were to be treated as equal with equal opportunities. But rather than appreciate the high values and virtues which the Easterners were inculcating, it is clear from the lack of reciprocity. That's the reason I came here. It is clear from the lack of reciprocity on the part of other leaders, military and civil, in the country, that the East is wasting its resources in trying to achieve the impossible. As a matter of fact, these gestures made by the East have been widely interpreted in other parts of the country as evidence of its ardent desire for national unity, which the others do not really want. He was quoting another book from, let me see, IUL collection on the Civil War. Here's the thing. The idea that, oh, we are going everywhere to remove tribalism, we are going to do everything, and then if I do it in my place for your people, then you should do it for my people in your place. That is a thief's way of thinking. Because he knows that what he's spending on your people in his place is actually infinitesimal when you compare it to what you are going to be spending on his people in your space. Having said all this, Turenchi, let's now go back to the East. The people who want to go to your place and become all these things and, become governor in Yoruba land and in Lagos State, which is clearly Yoruba land, which, and I'll say it again, I need them to begin to mention Kano and Sokoto, and I need them to actually go and run in Sokoto and Kano. If they're not doing that, they're cowards. Because are they not part of one Nigeria? Okay. I'll play you some clips from the Southeast so that you can understand what it means to have open heart. And all those Yoruba people that are saying, are they not making sense? There's no sense at all in this thing, just to be clear. Take a listen to this. Oh, hold on, please.
It's not from this village. Mrs. Dorisi Ogala is not from this village.
Yes. Yes.
Just that she was born and brought up here. She's from Item. You understand? Old Bender, so she's not from here. But the campaign have not started. So anybody that is informing her or using her to ridicule our government, our village, or the government of Dr. Alessoti is on his head. On his own. With the Ishama Foruku community is not in support of that. So what we know that come 2027, Alessoti is our. No vacancy come 2027. Mrs. Dorisi Ogala is not from this village.
Yes. Yes.
Just that she was born and brought up here. She's
a person was born and brought up in a place. She cannot even represent that place. This is in Igbo land. This is in Abia State. This is 2026. This month, June. This is not 20,000 years ago. This is recent. She was born and bred in that village, but she cannot represent that state. But you will travel over sea and land and air, but whatever, however you got here, whether it's streams and rivers, you can't talk about rights. But at home, forget about me. I don't want anything reciprocity. I don't even want to have anything in your place. Amongst your people, you can't even allow somebody that was born and bred in your place, who is also your ethnicity. Oh. But you cannot, you have rights. Okay, that's one. Go to the next one. Number. Take a listen. I mean, this one is classic. I'm sure you've heard about it. Take it. I've played it here before. Take a listen, please. Listen, please.
meeting. Where's the okay, dog? Meeting. Where's the Obona? Pitamba, Ejero, Frank and Wake Junior on Africa. They cannot worry about. Who is Pitamba? His great-great-grandfather is from Eza. He's from Ebony. They settled at Owo. And today somebody will tell me, they have to come, Kanoma. When you bring somebody from Ebony to come and be the governor of Enugu State, God will not allow that.
The man they're talking about was not born in Ebonyi. His father was not born in Ebonyi. His grandfather was not from Ebonyi. It was his great-grandfather who was from Eza. Think about it for a second. How many generations does it take to become an indigene in Igbo land? His great-grandfather is from Eza. And the reason we know why, because this Wawa thing they say about the Enugu and Ebonyi people, we know. I'm just saying that this thing that you are looking for outside, do it at home. When you are done, then go and do it in Kano. When you have succeeded, then come to Yoruba land. We will now consider. We are not giving you, just consider. In fact, we will not even consider, to be fair, because it should never make sense. But do it at home first. Let somebody whose great-grandfather... Now I'll play you something from Ilbliss. Somebody says, Kanoke, death sentence. Are they not bold? To not be able to go to Kano to ask for power is cowardice. Now they should show, I mean, you have to be a coward to not be able to say the same thing in the north. They've got to be able to go to the north and say, all you emirs and sultans, all you ministers, all these politicians, we have rights because we're also Nigerians. And we must run and we must win. They will not even read, let alone run. See, I said they can run in the north. And these are folks who, and again, forget about other Nigerians. Amongst that, within that ethnicity, you have all these, I'm better than you, you're better than me, everybody's in Gori Ebe. Ebe means hips. Take a listen to Ilbliss.
Where I'm from, they will tell you, oh, no, he's from Anambra, so give it to the Enugu man. Oh, no, he's from Abia. No, not yet. It's not Imo's turn. It's not Ebonyi's turn. So we have divides right down to the states, right down to the local governments, right down. It's disgusting. They say, wow, they say, whatever happens, don't ever marry from the Wawa people. And I'm like, but I grew up in Enugu. I grew up here. All my friends are from Enugu State, mixed with Abia State, mixed with Anambra State. Why wouldn't I marry somebody from the, and then the Enugu State people came up with the indigenization policy and said, if you know you're not from the state, go back to your state. And I'm like, are you guys high or something? Like, how can you tell us to go back to our state? I'm from Imo. My entire life I was born in Enugu. My mom is Anambra, my dad is Imo. They met, got married, had us as kids. We started living in Enugu State. And then all of a sudden, one day you wake up and you say, go back to your state. And I'm like, what about all the efforts that were put into creating this state?
Charity begins at home, not abroad. The people, amongst your people, you have not settled how you give each other opportunities within yourself, amongst yourself, right? You have a case of, Alex Oti appointing Udagbala as mayor of Aba, and people said Aba is not no man's land. They said it. It's documented. When I put out this video, I'll put the picture there of the newspaper report. Udagbala is from Anambra State, too. It's not even an elective office, so it's just an appointment, too. The same person will then cross rivers and streams and tell you that they have rights. Again, having rights is not my problem, because constitutionally everybody has rights. But the goal, you should ask yourself, and you should sit down and ask yourself, if you're a sensible human being, why do you want to run for office? Is it not to win? I mean, why do people spend money? What if it's to make a point? You can. Many people have been making points in Lagos, and one Igbo man ran the last time. You just be running on, you never get there. You can run. The idea that people can move around, it's something that people have to understand that, see, Nigeria, I've said it several times, I'll say one more time. Nigeria is a salad bowl. It's not a melting pot. And Lagos is not a melting pot. It's not that kind of melting pot where all of us are mixed. We have been blended together. No, it's a salad bowl. You can pick the vegetables. We are different people. And you have to understand how to move when you get to people's spaces. While it sounds okay to say, okay, political position is different from culture, they've actually so mingled to the point where it's the governor, in some cases, who determines who rules. And whether he determines it or not, he also actually has the power to remove that person. Nigeria is not a place where all of us were at the same level. And you know the crazy part, and this is the most painful part in all these conversations. The most painful part is this. I have to find a way to say it in such a way that it will not be too harsh. So let me say it this way. So imagine that you've gone to school, you finish your first degree, you finish your master's, you've done your PhD, you're a PhD candidate, so you're studying for PhD, and you want to have your seminar, or you're trying to get your supervisor, and a secondary school dropout is the one telling you that they have a right because, of course, they are also in the university environment. The person is a cleaner, and there's nothing wrong with cleaning. There's dignity of labor. But the person is not even finished secondary school, but the person has a right to come and supervise your PhD thesis. Because nígbà tí mọ́ínmọ́ín àwa kan ti ń ṣoge, inú ìhòòhò làkàrà àwọn kan wà o. You have no great kingdoms. You do not have fantastic politicking, no statecraft, nothing worthwhile, no great chiefs in your history. You open your eyes, you're in Nigeria, and the people you want to rule are the folks who have everything you don't have. And you must be able to do that because the constitution guarantees you that. And if I say no, it's because I'm a bigot. When you are clearly comparable to secondary school dropout is even high. Because in actual fact, we're just trying to help you. Like, you probably didn't. Sha, that's a good example, Sha. You do your GED or GC or whatever. But the point is, you are not qualified. And one of the ways I know you're not qualified is actually the fact that you can speak about this thing and say, I have a right. It shows you are not qualified. If you are qualified, you will move in such a way that the people of the land will see you as part of them. And I've said it before, we have had non-Yoruba, or let me not say non-Yoruba, people with non-Yoruba ancestry in Yoruba land who have actually risen through the ranks and occupied offices in Yoruba land. But they became Yoruba. You will never become Yoruba. It's not possible. Your ego will not allow you. Your primitive mindset will not allow you because you think that, and this is a crazy thing, you are less, but you think you are higher than those who are higher than you. So this unnecessary hubris will make you talk down at people and tell them you have rights, and you now tell them that they must vote for you. Anyway, you have constitutional rights, you can run, but you will not get there because you don't care about the people, you don't even care about the land. And I said something, I'll say the last thing, and I'll bring people up now. I gave an example earlier, I want to give it again. If we say Lagos is smelling, whatever reaction you have to that phrase tells me if you are qualified to represent Lagos. If you feel like, say this is the Lagos, they're just shouting, you cannot. If as a person you're like, wow, that's quite bad. I'm not saying you feel like something has to be done. You know, there's a way you feel. It's not like you're not the government. It's not like you have the responsibility to clean Lagos. Of course, you shouldn't be littering places. But I'm sorry. Look in the comment section. That question is funny. I'll answer your question. You feel like part of that land. You're the kind of person that can be talking about I want to run. Until then, everybody just sit down for their place. And until they can allow an Ebonyi man to be governor of Anambra State, people should stop disturbing us in Lagos. As long as an Ebonyi man cannot be governor of Anambra State, people are pulling down structures built by Ebonyi people in Anambra, calling them Wawa, and any good people as well. They call them those people. How can you have you're from a place where you have a caste system in 2026 and you go everywhere looking for rights? How about giving the people at home rights because all they have is left? You have a caste system, you have a class system among the villages and hamlets and the autonomous communities. One is higher than the other. This one is more kinikon than the other one. I'm not mentioning any ethnicity, but you can fill in the gap. You are telling yourself which one is better, but you want to go to another person and tell them that you have a right. Go and get the right from home. Number one. Number two, go and try it in the north. If you go to the north to say this thing, you are a coward. Go to Sokoto, go to Kaduna, go to Kano. Print posters. Right? Tell them you have that right. Then come to Lagos. We will still not allow you, but you can come because you are a free citizen of Nigeria. You can move anywhere you like. May God bless every part of this country. May God bless everyone. But hypocrites have to understand the fact that and tomorrow also what I'm on you, no more. But we know how to hear these things, and what you are saying is absolute nonsense. And you have no stake in this part of the country. God bless you. Let's have some people come up and respond to these things. Let me answer your question. Shewa says, is Gbadebo running for election? I don't know. ADC is not winning. He's not winning ADC. They didn't give him tickets. So right now, I think he's partyless or ticketless. But may God give everybody understanding. This is not even difficult, It's not even difficult. You will not become part of a people. You're always looking down and but you want to become Kiniko because you have a right. You want to become governor. Okay. Oloye is not ADC candidate though. He lost his wait though. He's not ADC candidate. He lost though. Madam Mimi, please mute. Let's just answer this question before we. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Thank you. 1 second. Let's look for the governorship candidates. The ADC governorship candidates in Lagos State. I want to see, maybe I didn't get it right. I know what I was saying. You please on this TikTok, before you guys type something with so much confidence, at least please know what you are saying now. Abba, it's Doherty, the former PDP candidate, the one that ran on PDP platform in 2023. Doherty, Funsho Doherty is the ADC candidate. He lost. The other guy, GRV, lost in ADC. And you're writing like you know what you're saying. Error, Ejoto. Although you say it's Funsho Doherty who seems to have lost in NDC. Jesus is Lord. You are still. Mumbo, 1 second. Mumbo. Wait, oh. No. That part is correct, though. You are correct. 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 You are correct about Funshaw. Funshaw was trying to run on ADC. He has now gone to NDC. So 1 second. They've not announced. It's not GRV. They've not announced. They have not announced. It's not GRV. No. They've not announced.
Whoever it is amongst the two of them, they don't have a snowball's chance in hell.
I know. No, but I want to be sure because the question is actually quite important. Like, so they've not announced it. Funshaw had left ADC and gone to NDC. You are correct on that, Oloye. But GRV is not ADC, which is the original question. GRV is not the ADC candidate. He's essentially still an aspirant because ADC has not decided in Lagos State yet. And to be fair, I think it was yesterday we listened to, what's this man's name? Seriake Dixon. He said that they have not announced the result of the primaries. So we know some of those places are like, we know the Senate issue in Abuja. We didn't even talk about Dixon today. Apparently, they said they offered, we'll talk about it another day, they offered Aisha Yesufu, House of Representatives. And she said no. Adamu Orisha says May 25 Guardian newspaper, GRV1. I'll check. But let's have Concilium. I'll check Adamu, but I'm also looking at the newspaper report here, where they said he's still an aspirant. But I'll check. Concilium, please go on.
So, there's something I've been thinking about for weeks, months now, to be exact. The Southwest gives Awarabi don't have where they're coming from. This is about the only place they can come and express their full self, as in maybe what should I call it, full personhood. As in they can become a person here. Because back where they are from, because of all their social British man, you know, their class systems, more or less, they are restricted. Only when they come here or leave Nigeria can they actually become a full human being. So the things they
sorry, Concilium, sorry, I needed to correct myself. That person was right all along. I was looking at an old paper, an old newspaper. You are right. Oloye and Adamu Orisha, I was actually in the wrong. GRV is now the governorship candidate of ADC. And the news is from 25th May 2026. So it was from May 25. He won with 12,948 votes. And Silas had 6,183 votes. So the gentlemen are right. I was reading a totally different, I was reading an old newspaper. So thank you for your Oloye. Let's go back to Concilium now. Please go on.
So I think that their problem is that because of what their fathers did back in those days, they now feel that for some reason they need to actually, without actually caring about the people, because we all know they don't care about the land. All they want to do is to take benefit from the land, like they've always done. But it's starting to look to us like, I think, to the point where we will cut you down to size in a way that we should not do, because it dehumanizes us to actually do it, because we expect you to know better. But obviously they don't, and there's no way you can actually teach them. Meanwhile, they are now trying to recruit I don't call them Yoruba bots, sir. Eleman for Yoruba bots. People, look, a lot of young people, I'll still call myself relatively young. A lot of young people, until maybe like 11 years ago, I actually thought I knew everything. A lot of young people are actually extremely stupid. When you hear them talk, as in conversations with them, back and forth, you know, they can do this. In which land? With whom? Land and Watani. So they say, when you start giving them instances of what these people can do, what they have done, that's how looking at you that, that was then. They still do it to this very day. So we need to, I don't even know what, look, with young people,
I'm sorry if anybody young on this show that's watching this session. I don't much care about you. People know you. Gbogbo yín àti ìdádúró lọ́ọ́ ṣe fún yín pé wọ́n rán yín lọ sí ilé ìwé wọ́n waste time wọ́n waste owó wọn ni. So pé at some point in time ẹ máa realize pé àwọn ará bí wọ́n máa gbàyè yín, and the truth about that there are not enough of us to actually stem the tide from these young people, because we are looking at you and thinking to ourselves ṣé ẹ gan ni abẹ kó tí ẹ yé mi nǹkan mo lè pè wọ́n. Going to ọ̀rọ̀ GRV àti Gidi Duarte, the two of them, the two they don't have a snowball's chance in hell. Let's just be honest. Whatever party, whatever aṣọ tó bá fẹ́ wọ̀ wàhálà sí wọn nìyẹn, they are not winning. But ìwà yẹn wọn lè win chairman local government gan kọ́ máa tọ̀ra wọn kó gbàgbé ẹ̀. Because I don't even think that. I don't know why they are contesting. They are wasting their time. As in, whoever is going to be president, governor of Lagos, is a work on for Kini. What I'm happy about is the fact that they are now bringing Badagry into the mix. They are pushing them into the mix. And if anybody knows that, if you follow developmental work in Lagos State, what's this people called? These Lebanese people that built Eco Atlantic. They are building an underground bridge from Victoria Island to Snake Island. Has anybody heard about it? I watched something about it. They are building one. I think their payment, they're not paying for it too. As in, Lagos State government is not paying for it too. Lagos State government's payment for it is land, and land is going to be around that Badagry end. So if any bridge can Paris, and the Snake Island from there, I don't know how they are going to do it. I don't know the technicalities of it, but these are kind of, I think this woman coming on board right now, and I just said fighting was more or less like, I know you want me we are a block here. The sad thing about it, I really want Lagos State government to do is to restrict buying of land, because that is going to be the new frontier. Like Bobo Nonsense Social and Lekki, they should restrict that in Badagry, because we are done with all that nonsense. Because at some point in time, we're going to start restricting people from buying land here. I'm tired of their nonsense. Don't you sue me? Although it's wrong.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Consider. At this point, I think your Bible also should begin to learn to lease. Lease for 5 years, this for 10 years, this for 15 years. It's still your land. You lease, right? Especially in a place like Lagos, right? And even not just Lagos, it's almost everywhere now in Yoruba land, because that's how we went to find them. That somebody bought so much land in Ijebu, only to be using the place as a factory to manufacture crack. Imported expatriates from Mexico, brought somebody from Mexico to be creating hard drugs. Of course, you know the person or the ethnicity is the normal thing. You should be leasing land now. Lease, don't sell. Because in our own culture, selling land doesn't mean anything. I mean, see, if not for all these things that changed, back in the day, we used to sell land in Yoruba land. We used to allocate. You can get to a particular place, you become part of them. They will allocate land to you. It's not so much about buying. I mean, I'm talking olden times. They will allocate a portion. In fact, they will give you a space. That's how, there's even till now. Please mute. You could live in those places and not even pay rent. There's some houses there's some places like that in the hinterlands. Right. So land is like Toluwanile, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. Until people now make it look as if, I bought all your land. I'm like, is it because it's cars where you are from? So we have to also learn from them. You lease, don't sell. Let's go to Madam Mimi. Good evening. I'll bring one more person up. Please mute as soon as you get up.
Good evening. Ẹkáàbọ. I wanted to first of all comment on June 12, and it's good that you are doing what you do, because information is the best weapon in any society. So June 12, I was in my early 20s, and even as a pregnant woman, I was on Ikorodu Road because everybody loved Abiola. it was later, recently, Moshe Gbokpa Igbo Dibo Fun, because it was so beloved by everyone. And that event set up a chain of different things. You'll notice that a lot at that point, after Ton and No Niawenyo Sakuro ni Niger, prior to June 12 annulment, most people that studied here would come back home. Most people came in America until around that era. And so a lot of the people I know here came in that era, from 1994 to 99. The first exodus of Concord was America. A lot of Redeemed churches too started around that time. Well, and continue first Sonny Tinubu as president, like I tell people, Tomani Tinubu must go. I always ask them, what's your alternative? Who do you plan to put? That Nepal, Teman Sokwe wants a revolution. They ended up putting an older woman in Nepal. So they all fought themselves and burned things only for them to end up with the grandma, So I'm a grandma. You understand what I'm saying? Like, one jar. So táwọn people ever fẹ́ dàrú. Wọ́n ní káwọn dàrú, káwọn ṣe ta lẹ fẹ́ fi síbẹ̀. Ṣé bọ̀bọ̀ tí ó jẹ́ weakling tí ó lè construct any logical policy statement lẹ fẹ́ fi síbẹ̀ ni, or what? Because if you're going to replace him, you better make sure you're replacing him with someone better. That's one. Second thing, Timo first, so there's a guy Temi Rilori social media, Tongpe dark man or whatever. I think the regime and the administration of Tinubu needs to take that idiot serious. He's a charlatan like a lot of them. Ntoripe charlatan local space here. And because there's economic downtown, it is dangerous to leave him alone. Because you know how people begin to deify the wrong people just because one share any control for any relevance. That man, I saw the video of how he came back from Turkey of all countries. Turkey is a suspicious country when it comes to terrorism and when it comes to illicit money. He came back from Turkey, and then some of these unemployed youths, Labuja, they had the audacity of trying to create unrest. That kind of person, it's not really, they don't allow all those things. The fact we want to put democracy with any because I see a situation where that guy will become a problem. Right now, he's abusing the government. Because I'm not saying nobody should abuse a government. They have a right to say anything. My problem is when the abuse is not constructive and it has no basis and it just seems as if meaning Tinubu is bad. Okay, so what next? Let's do Nepal. What next? They don't have any sense. That's another thing. So I'm now going to go on this, or I want to fetch the governor Leko. These people have nothing on them that I'm going to look up to. And like I said, education is the best weapon. I was an Obi supporter just because I hadn't done enough research. And all I saw online pointed to senility on the part of Tinubu because they were doctoring the information. And I didn't realize that they had mastered propaganda. If not for your channel, I wouldn't know a lot about Biafra, even though I was born during that period. We want to master propaganda. So I thought Tinubu was peeing on his body, he was doing balablu or whatever they said he did. It was later as I started looking into his record. And just because the record of their candidate cannot stand any scrutiny, they bully everybody. Because you'll be afraid of being examined when you know you really have nothing to show for your 8 years as governor. Because how else can somebody tell me I can't litigate his 8-year tenure when he wants to be president? The only predictor of future behavior is your prior behavior. So if I see that as Governor Oshenkoko, 8 years, what are you going to tell me? Why are you now buying Yoruba-bought children to now say Tinubu idiot ni and all that stuff? They shouldn't. And I'm not an APC. I don't even have a vote right now. So that's what I want to say, that each person that sees your tapes and clips or logs in should circulate the information that debunks everything that they've been saying about why they should be this or that. And as to Lagos, one money because one man wrote Ile Yoruba templates ni. Ile Yoruba poor, but at the same time, we're not going to concede Lagos. My husband will say tó bá dójú ẹ gbogbo Yorùbá tó wà lẹ́kìtì náà máa wá gbógun tì wọ́n lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Ìgbà yẹn náà máa mọ̀ pé wọ́n ní ọjọ́ téèyàn bá ṣe kinní fún wèrè ló máa mọ̀ pé lára ilé. That is when they will know that, you know, khaki ò ń ṣe leather. Anyway, have a nice day, sir, and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. Thank you, ma. That was a very, very good submission. And the last thing you said, Oromileti video Kontimo, I think it was last week. It was an elderly man, Ijo. And he was talking about the OPC. It was like, they call it a war, OPC and Ijo war in Lagos. I'll see if I can find you that video. And error. 1 second. Was talking about the Ijaw people recognizing certain folks who fought for them at the time. But then he said some things where, for instance, you had 5,000 Ijaw's head in Lagos. It was OPC Ijaw war at the time. The newspaper reports, I'm looking at PM News right now, 5,000 Ijaw's head for Lagos. Sorry, head for Lagos. Bloodshed in Lagos. And this one did not even start in Lagos. So that's the thing. It started. You know, let's take a listen to him. Let's just listen to the man instead of me having to repeat everything. Take a listen, please. Ombo. We're going to go B. B. Those also are speaking English. We just move back. Just go backwards. Allow them to do their thing. We say peace out. Take a listen, please.
Eyes on. I have a special message for the former president of the National Congress, Professor Ẹkáàbọ. I know now you are somehow free, and I have to talk to you like this. Yeah. If I call you on the phone and ask you to carry out this task, you will say yes, no problem, but you don't have the time. But now you are free. Go to Pakama, your village, your town, your city, Makama town. Go and check where they bury Apostle Kennedy, the former chairman of Lagos chapter INC. I was captured with him during the Lagos OPC war in Dr. Fashion Hospital, where we were looking for peace. We were tortured. And the commander of OPC there ordered his boys that we should be executed. But Dr. Fashion stopped it. He said these people are for peace keeping, for peace. But they said, look at our dead bodies. But what of the Ijaws? They killed us more than we killed them in that war. Apostle Kennedy was also tortured. He was my elder. He later died of natural causes. But what I want to tell you, what I want to tell the Ijaw nation, we are not looking after those people that have struggled, those people that have contributed.
I'm going to read some of the things here. You will not be able to appreciate it if you're not watching it. So I'm going to read some of the newspaper clippings, okay, the headlines, so you have an idea what happened back in the day. So it begins with, of course, you heard him saying, hey, Zon. That's how they greet themselves in each other. I'm glad we're all good. But to be clear, this whole thing started in Ishakiri. It's about worry. It did not even start in Lagos. It was a worry issue. It's just that, Charlie, can we listen to everything? No, let's just listen to everything, okay? Then if I'll tell you what happened. I will tell you the things that you can't see. I'll read out the headlines to you later. Or let's read this way. I'll read the red lines, then we'll listen to the rest, the part of the video, okay? So, OPC Ijaw war, latest, this is from PM News, 5,000 Ijaw's head for Lagos. There's bloodshed in Lagos, Ijaw Ilaje battle shifts to Ikorodu. Under PM News, Ijaw OPC latest, 7 corps kidnapped, 7 Olopa, they kidnapped 7 policemen. OPC takes over policing of Lagos. Let me look for the date. So 2004, July 31, 2004, PM News. OPC takes over policing of Lagos. 5 killed in Ajegunle as Ilaje Ijo militants clash. That's when you discover that Yorubas know they have brothers. Why do you think Ishakiri people are saying it right now? That they're Yoruba or they're Yoruba? Have you noticed? There's so many clips came out last week. I didn't talk about it, but maybe we'll talk about it next week. They are saying it now. They're not afraid of anybody. It has happened before. What started in Warri and Lagos and finish them? They didn't even have to go there. You just be shocked that what is happening in Lagos can get to Ekiti. One no. Let's just remember. Let me keep reading. There's a picture here. The war was like it just will cease to exist in Lagos, but we started rebuilding good relationship with the Yorubas. This was a picture of the leaders of Ijos meeting with Gani Adams, including the man speaking. He's also in the picture. And here he says, ever addresses the leader of Yorubas, Chief Bade Banjo, at MKO Abiola gravesite. They went to be paying like we are brothers, so.
But what of Ijos? They killed us more than we killed them in that war. Apostle Kede was also tortured. He was my elder. He later died of natural causes. But what I want to tell you, what I want to tell the Ijaw nation, we are not looking after those people that have struggled, those people that have contributed. We abandon them. And let me call on the INC Arugbo. Go and look for the family of Reverend Eli Silo. The assignment is supposed to be Ijaw National President assignment, National ESCO assignment. He was executed also at that time because of the Lagos OPC war. I believe his family will be suffering now. Nobody cares. Arugoman, he had a church. All the job people from Ajegule ran down to Festac to go there. Security report says the job people are running away from Ajegule down to Ilisano Church for keeping the job people in that church. For hiding the job people to save their head there. He was executed. He was executed. The Yoruba people, the OPC people told us, we are disturbing their brothers in Warri. We are disturbing their brothers in Ondo. Because of that, Ijaw people should leave Lagos. Dr. Fashion told them, you cannot execute Joseph Eba and Apostle Ikedi. Because Yorubas are also in Port Harcourt. Yorubas are also in Bayelsa. Yorubas are in other places. And these people are leaders that want peace in Lagos. We remember Chief Alamisia. Alamisia stormed Lagos. And he told Tinubu, what is happening to my people? That was why we honor Alamisia before his final burial in Lagos. We have special day for Alamisia in Lagos. I said we have to assemble. We have to gather. I am now calling on the INC National. Visit the family of other people. Even if it is setting up a committee, set up a committee. Visit the family of Apostle Kelly in Pakama. He's lying down there. I was his publicity secretary. Before.
Let me read something on the screen that you are not saying. OPC leader Are Ona Kakanfo of Yoruba land, Otunba Gani Adams, and Comrade Eva and wife Mrs. Preye Eva, healing the scars of the past and rebuilding unity among the Ijos and Yoruba. They went for an event, sat down with them to heal the wounds of the past. Maybe we should have a session on this thing, but this is a session is enough concept. Let's just take a listen. Let's just continue listening. Just give you an idea, because Yoruba people, we are not all English speakers, Oyinbo.
Visit the family of Apostle Kelly in Pakama. He's lying down there. I was his publicity secretary. Before Chief Fumudo said, I should talk for the Ijaw nation. Even when Dixon came, Dixon said, oh, ever you have tried really military, this and that. Now I am the governor. I'm also INC family. So come, let me give you an appointment. I told Governor Dixon, in Yoruba land, not all activists go into government. I am not interested in appointment. I told Jonathan in Abuja, forget about we are discussing. He was talking about position, appointment, and all that when he was active. I said, no. I don't want to be involved in any appointment. And if because of that, you people say, forget about we are discussing. He was talking about position, appointment, and all that when he was active. I said, no. I don't want to be involved in any appointment. And if because of that, you people say I should be abandoned, no problem. But I will not. Because I learned it from Yoruba people. Not all activists go into government. All activists, one position, one political office, one. Why should all? Yorubas don't do that. And they are strategizing. So I hope that the former president of INC, Professor Ẹkáàbọ, will carry out this service in memory of my leader, Apostle Ikedi. And the Arugo, INC also, look for the family. His church was taken over. The Lagos State government seized the land. I know they are suffering somewhere. The man was executed. Myself and Apostle Ikedi, we are not executed. That was why I marked a day, I organized a special day to honor Dr. Fashion. You can see the program. Where I mobilized the Ijaw nation when IYD was organizing their 10 years anniversary to honor him. And I repeated the story of how he saved our lives. Dr. Frederick Fashion was the founder of OPC. Thank you.
Dexter says, Professor, I think it is best you continue speaking about it to remind people, because it is best to avoid us being pushed to the wall, because as you said, when it strays, that's when they would know other Yoruba states would fall into Lagos. That's the funny thing. They don't even have to fall into Lagos. That's the thing. They don't have to fall into Lagos. Right where they are. No matter this, what happened in Lagos, every time I think about it, I wish we will have a session to discuss it. But every time I think about this crisis, it's that the thing did not even originate in Lagos. It was in Warri. It was between Ishekiris and Ijos. That's where the Wala started. When Toshe Basori Leko, why? Because Ijos are many in Lagos. An ethnicity that has people in different Yoruba towns is misbehaving in a particular land in Yoruba. If that's when it's called all this I have right. You will understand left. Let's go to Bumblebee. We'll have a session on it, but of course, to be fair, to be clear, this is not to say we want to fight Ijo, want to fight Igbo, want to fight anybody. It's just to say that there's a limit to how much people can take, right? And when they turn around, if you push a goat, ordinary goat, not lion or tiger or anything, goat, you push that goat to the wall and it has no other option, it will turn. And when it turns, you would wonder exactly what the problem is. Like, are you not a goat? Let alone people. All this English that we are speaking will mean nothing. And you have to be dumb to experience what happened in the 60s and still have people found out all over the place. Like in different parts of the place, you have pockets of your people all over the place. If you start a fire somewhere, it might burn in another state. That's the lesson. But everybody will be will be okay. Let's have Bumblebee. Good evening, Bumblebee. Once again. Welcome, sir. Ẹkáàbọ.
Gbogbo analysis àwa tá a lọ sórí èyí tá à ń sọ English báyìí ìgbà tó bá máa délẹ̀ à ní sọ English a kàn máa jókòó sílé a máa wo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ lórí TV. To be honest, I really appreciate what the government is doing. One of the things I said is when he came in, he tried to seek concordance between the upper and the lower legislature, and that's always very important. If you're well-meaning and you're able to talk to those people, when you need to pass laws that are very, very important, you can get things done very fast. I'm really happy we are like one step away from true federalism. If everybody can implement all the things that are on ground, the tax reform, now the state policing, and of course, so many other things that Baba is doing. To the end. Second of all, in Kodi Samamadin saw, I saw the video earlier today, and I saw he had a little bit of a grin on his face, and he was saying it with some pleasure, some level of pleasure, Our boys yẹn náà wọ́n jókòó sínú crowd wọ́n gbogbo wọn wọ àwọn fìlà red wọn àtàwọn oríṣiríṣi accessories tó kó sọ́rùn, and I just dey pity them pẹ̀lú gbogbo orúngbọ̀n wọn yẹn tó bá máa délẹ̀ àná wọn ṣe mí wọn á nà ìyá anybody, because this is somebody who is a professor, an intellectual, an academic who is meant to be preaching balance, who is meant to be preaching social diplomacy, how people should move rice. Look at Dangote, look at Bua. All those people live in Lagos. Their house is in Lagos. Their families are in Lagos. They are doing business and they are flourishing. And they are aware. They are aware of their environment. You will never see Dangote, Instead, he comes around, he works with the local politicians. And as politics is local, wise people know this. In tí bàbá yẹn kó rọra rè sí Lekki corridor yẹn, ó ju gbogbo business tó ń ṣe l'Alaba and every other place tó sọ pé àwọn develop in Lagos State. When you weigh it, Dangote's refinery in the corner outweighs all Igbo businesses in Lagos combined together. So, and this guy is just moving with gentle level and everything. I'm saying this to say, anyways, gbogbo yẹn máa níyànjú tó bá ti ní state police instinct, then I believe the intelligence unit of the state police should be there, working in tandem with the armed forces and everything, so that everybody will begin to align properly. Then our sovereign wealth fund, Kolon Fumashi. So Sam Amadi is quite unfortunate what he's doing. Boys in Elia, all them are Yambe, Yaloma Bambe. And I pray it doesn't happen. I pray there's a solution. Shebang Lotin kick Mojad in South Africa and saying, I don't know welcome in the airport. They are the ones we are welcoming at the airport. Only Sokuso chief, tenses to don't job. He is the one that started this Kini. He was the one that Kini Antifa spark. On Lotinobo, or the petrol sile, on Lotinobo. And that resulted in this chain event. And now we have people here, their own people not alone suffer at the end of it. This is what we keep telling them. We are peace-preferring people. Doesn't mean we are peaceful people. Thank you very much.
Yeah. That was a brilliance of everything you said, but particularly that latter part. Like, we will have a session on this matter. We will have a session on this. And I've used that phrase. I love that phrase a lot. A peace-preferring people. It means that we prefer peace. It's not like we are docile. We just prefer peace. Peace-preferring people means that but we would rather not fight. And like I said, we have different departments. My own department is to be speaking English. You see, the thing about our department is that we don't even have to tell each other what department to belong to. Everybody just falls in. So I'm doing my own bit now. When afternoon shift comes, we did different shifts, so that my own shift today now. When the other shifts come, People like me will not take rest. Say, you don't finish your shift for today. Oh. Now we did. They go to beat. It's not that a joke I said with a beat. I don't know if you remember. It was on Arise News. They were asking this Ijo youth leader. They said with a beat. With a beat. They go beat there. But everybody will be all right. I just think that it's important for us to have that balance. Like Nigeria is a very, very interesting space. It's a very, very interesting. People have to be very careful. And what you said about, South Africa already has their own problem. I've said it before. This whole thing, South Africa already has their own issue. They have economic problems. The people are disillusioned. The lower class are not, they are not getting what they think they're supposed to get, especially since they've ended apartheid. They've had all these things on ground already. You can't go there and say, I have rights. I have right to have king. King. In everything in this world, the only thing in your head is you're going to have king in South Africa. On top of the fact that you already have issues, they're talking about prostitution, they're talking about drugs in their townships. They are complaining. You are the one that will go and carry a phone and say, I bought all these lands, they are paying rent to me. You know that clown that was doing it on Facebook, on social media? They now have king. The thing was already there. You now went to, you're the catalyst that now quickened it. Everybody is back home now. Well, not everybody, many of them are back home, speaking English, talking about how South Africans are bad people. Everybody is a bad person. Well done, sir. Anyway, I hope we've learned some things from this. It's again June 12th, and I did not really read a lot from our folks on YouTube. Okay, I think I read it earlier, right? Yomai says meth is very dangerous. Oh yes, meth was methamphetamine. That was the drug they were producing in Ijebu. So it says meth is very dangerous, that you don't have to ingest it before anyone can be overdosed from it. Anyone could be overdosed from it by touch. Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But thank you very much for educating us. There's a lot to learn here, even for me. Like everybody, we're all learning. Like earlier, when I was talking about GRV, you see how I had to go and check. All right. Daddy Owo, I like your name. That's a beautiful name. Daddy Owo Dari on YouTube says that is what led to destruction of Western region back in the day. Their own charity, they Lagos for visa on arrival. Crazy people. Michael Chuku came to insult, but let's just leave you alone. You'll be all right. Thank you, Adetunji Thomas. Thank you for the kind words. I don't have to read those ones out, but it's a compliment. But thank you. All right, everybody say good evening, brother. Happy democracy. That Nigeria shall be great again, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so Nigeria will be great again. Nigeria will be great. I have things to say, but I'll just hold this for now. Happy Democracy Day. May we not scuttle this democracy with our I say Jew and over confidence of Kiniko. May God help all of us. May God bless Nigeria. Every ethnicity and nations within Nigeria, may God bless every one of us. And also may people have enough sense to know how to move when they leave their house. Nigeria is not a warehouse without walls. Warehouses have no walls. Nigeria is not a warehouse. Nigeria can only be compared, at this point, maybe compare it, if you're using real estate, compare it to an estate. Everybody has his own houses. People have their own rooms in the houses. If they let you in, don't go and misbehave and tell them to get out of the master bedroom because you have right. You live in a bungalow, not a dilapidated bungalow that you're just trying to build. I live in a penthouse. I'm allowing you to come and stay as a good person. Don't tell me I'm stupid, or else I'll send you back to that your dilapidated building so I can go and enjoy your rights there. May God give all of us understanding. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I want to thank, do we have another person trying to come up? Okay, we're ready. Okay, there's one. I know there was one more person. We'll have one more person and then we'll close it. Bossman. While waiting for Bossman to join, I want to thank those who have given gifts, particularly on TikTok. I saw a lot of gifts earlier. I don't usually stop because of the flow, but I appreciate your generosity. Thank you very much for your support. I really do appreciate it. And if you want to support us, financially, I'm going to put out account details. We usually do this once. I mean, sometimes. So if you want to support, please use the bank details. I don't think this person is coming up. Oh, 1 second. Let me just type this once and for all. Mumbo. All right. So if you like to support us, please use the bank details on the screen. 01. All right. So there's a GC account on the screen. Kindly use it to support what we're doing. We have the sessions every weekday. We discuss history, culture, politics, and innovation. And we do this every weekday from Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. if we're time, West African time. We talk about things that are happening. And a lot of things have happened, since we last saw, which was 24 hours ago. Apparently, I didn't mention this earlier because, of course, we're trying to focus on on Democracy Day. Give me a second, please. I have to switch the audio source one more time, please. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, I think it's working. Yeah, so I was saying that there's some things we didn't get into because we're focusing on Democracy Day. E.g., there's a conversation with some things happened between this man, Serake Dixon, and Peter Obi. They had a meeting. Some of the conversations, probably have it the next time we come here. He also mentioned how they offered, what's her name, Madam Aisha Yesufu, a House of Representative ticket. She said it was too small for her, that she preferred a Senate ticket. So the kind of drama happening in the party, we'll probably talk about some of those things when we see again on Monday. But it's been a nice session. It's been lovely having this conversation with you. Jakeman asked a question in the comment section. Says, is it true? Let me just read this question. He said, is it true that Tinubu is the reason for our not qualifying for World Cup? I don't know. I don't know. Peter B alluded to that in the message he wrote. That one doesn't say anything good. Anything that is bad is shouting leadership, leadership. I'm wondering, what do you lead when you the govern as governor self? Although he says too small for her. You know what? Let me play that stuff so that you hear it from the horse's mouth, because it sounds actually unbelievable, to be honest. Let's just do this before we go. It was Dixon himself who said it. By the way, Serake Dixon is the national leader of NDC, Nigeria Democratic Congress. It's a very short clip, so I think you should be able to get it here. Take a listen. Let's do this quickly.
Now, talking about this FCT. Do you know that Peter Obi and myself offered Aisha House of Reps? You, the public, you don't know. She turned it down. And she turned it down. House of Representatives that people are fighting for. Said she's too big for it. She's too big. And not for the... Now, talking about this FCT. Do you know that Peter Obi and myself offered Aisha House of Reps? You, the public, you don't know. She turned it down. And she turned it down. House of Representatives that people are fighting for. Said she's too big for it. She's too big.
All right, so that's from the leader of NDC. As per House of Rep is too small for people, have you? Okay, maybe you start somewhere. Everybody will be okay. Peter Obi was at a meeting where we were just talking all kinds of things, half of the time I didn't understand what he was saying. He was speaking English. I could pick out the words, but the meaning was just lost. And interestingly, it wasn't just myself. A lot of people did not understand what he was saying. We'll probably get into all of those things when next we meet. So let's call it a day at this point. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Adamorisha says she knew she was going to lose, so she declined. No, was she not going to lose Senate? Oh, she's going to win Senate, but she's going to lose House of Reps, but she's going to win Senate. How? See how long my H is. How? May God give all of them understanding. May God bless Nigeria. If you think, I mean, it's good to have clout on social media. It helps, but we have to be able to also, may God bless everybody. I don't even want to spend a lot of time on this. So thank you very much for being part of today's session. Again, we have the sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. if you're time West African time. So we'll be here again on Monday, and it'll be lovely to have you join us for that session, for the sessions throughout next week. All right, we're gonna have a great time together. And to things that we covered, if you from the Southeast and you felt a bit hurt from what we said, it's the truth. It hurts sometimes, but it's the truth. There's no other way. I try to be as gentle and respectful as possible, but I don't apologize for the things I say because I thought about it deeply. There is no sense in the things that people are doing these days, and we've got to tell ourselves the truth. And the reason we're doing this is because we don't want to have a situation where there will be backlash that will now become violent, and it is possible. It has happened before. It happened in 66. It happened in 45. 45 crisis was 45 crisis in the north was because of a statement by one man in Lagos. Why do we like repeating bad things? A person said something in Lagos. His name was C.D. Onyema, Charles Daddy Onyema. He made a statement at the Island Club. Just one sentence, and his people were killed in the north. 1945. What did he say? The Igbo domination of Nigeria is only a question of time. That was all he said. And it was a plan that they had hatched in 1944. Was only saying it in 45. They heard it and began to kill Igbo people. Is it right? Of course it's wrong that they will kill people. But is there a lesson to learn from that? When you have conversations about I've seen this, some people made this list of all the times people have, fought and killed the Igbo people, they write 1945. All you're thinking about is how to cry and how to say, see what they did to me. And I get it. It's bad what they did to you. But you never ask why. Because if you ask why, then you don't repeat the mistakes that led to that terrible thing because it was terrible. We're also trying to make sure that we don't repeat that same thing again, where you just talk as if words have no meanings and the other people you're talking to have no rights. You are the only one that has rights. Let's have sense. May God bless Nigeria. May God bless every part of this country. May God bless every ethnicity. Nobody hates anybody. But this Yoruba land is not available for conquering or experiment. We are not the laboratory for one Nigeria. Try it in Sokoto. And if you cannot go to Sokoto, you're a coward. I don't care who you are. God bless you. Before we go today, we're going to listen to our anthems like we always do. Be the Nigerian anthem and then the Yoruba anthem. Thank you very much for your support. Thanks for 241.9k likes on TikTok. Thank you. All right. I really can't hear myself, but I hope you can hear me. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. All right, before we go, listen to our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and then the Yoruba anthem. Sing along if you know the lyrics. If not, at this point, you should know the lyrics. So go learn the lyrics. God bless Nigeria.
Tribe and tongue may differ.
àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wo ni wọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́, ilé ìwọ náà ò ní bàjẹ́. Nǹkan tó bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rẹ̀ ní lágbára Ọlọ́run. Today is Democracy Day. May we celebrate more, years of democracy in Nigeria. Just 27 years, but may we celebrate many more years of democracy. And may Nigeria get properly restructured in the next few years so that we have a country to be proud of. And may we be the solutions we have been looking for. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I'll see you again on Monday, 4 p.m. if you're time, West African time. Do have a fantastic weekend. God bless you. Good night.